I think I figured it out, guys. Whew. Different settings, different platforms, but I think we're. Let me check YouTube. I apologize. This was a nightmare, but setting up different software can be painful. But I think we're in business here. As ridiculous as this was. Yep, there it is. Okay. Whew. Sorry to put everybody through that, but it had to be done. What's up, Hayes? Thanks everybody if you stuck through all that nonsense. I deeply apologize. Crazy, I know. But I think we got through it. What a nightmare that was. But it looks like we have good source on Twitch and on YouTube. Hi, can I make my video on how to double anoint a helmet? I'll be probably making a video on it when we get to the actual league there, Oski. Alright. I think we're finally in a good spot. Let me just check a few things here. What's up, Droopy? Just different settings in the streaming software. So I swapped to OBS from Streamlabs because I think Streamlabs was causing issues with me being able to multi-stream. And so I had to change, I had to go into a video section within OBS, not the output for the stream, but the actual video settings for it. I think we're good now. Can actually play this game. Like 2 hours just trying to be able to play the game today. I apologize to everyone. That was a lot of stuff that we just went through, but we're up and running. Alright, I don't have a lot of alks, so we're gonna just do this right now. Then hopefully the audio settings are good between the music and my mic. Let me know if my mic or the music sounds off, because the settings had to be completely redone, swapping to the different streaming platform. I work my way all the way around the bottom here. My whole my whole vibe has been thrown by that technical difficulties. check something real quick also. Not bad single DPS. Yeah, considering that my staff's only a 384 physical DPS weapon. Like I said, a lot of people think Cyclone doesn't do damage, but in my setup, it's a great league starter damage build. You know, like this is SSF. I'm not even playing in a trade economy. Sorry, I'm just tweaking a few settings. I want to have it notify me when you guys send a text message or a chat message. Want to have it make a noise in OBS for me. My setup is one of the best. Hey, I appreciate it, you know? Thank you. Oh, you know what? Let's add a what's up, ball? Let's add a little notification on the window here. Text to mapping. No mercs. It's really large. We'll scale that down in a second. What if I don't find Stampede, Abyssus, or a Hegemony staff? If you're playing SSF, it can be rough, right? Because you know you're dependent on those things dropping. On trade, it should be super easy to find those items or buy them. You will have to like, you know, farm them on SSF though. Okay, that looks good. Yeah, SSF. Yeah, so like right now I'm playing SSF, and I'll be playing this for a few days before the league start. And yeah, like if you know, for the unique items in the build, you're gonna have to like farm content. That's kind of like SSF life. So if you want Stampede, you're gonna have to either farm Blight, or you're gonna have to farm Heist for Replica Stampede. I think Replica Stampede is gonna be easier by doing blueprints. At least the map seems that way. And then you don't really need a Hegemonies. Like my staff already does more damage than Hegemonies, and I crafted this in this SSF test league. So really, like you want the Stampede boots, and that's just going to be doing a grinding one league mechanic or the other, and then hoping that your RNG is good. That's kind of like SSF life. Max life is crazy. 22 cold resists. I don't have any spare suffixes. Cold, unfortunately, is like my worst stat, but that's a lot of life and armor. I think we have to take this. Oh yeah, good HP. We made an early loot filter for Axe. Um, Not in particular, just for leveling the campaign. What would you go for first unique chase farming? I'll craft with combined for good staff. If you're playing SSF, you want to try to target farm the boots. You also want to try to get a Rumi's Concoction. Rumi's Concoction is a global drop in the game. There's some like speculation on the PoE wiki that if you run Atziri, it can drop from the second boss before you do Atziri, or it has like a higher chance. So it might be worthwhile doing some Atziri runs. But you want to really the only one you can kind of deterministically target that you want to get is the boots, and you're either going to run blueprints and heists for that, or you're going to have to run blight and blight ravaged maps. There really isn't any other unique dependent items early on, besides hopefully getting a Rumi's. So much armor right there. Pretty good. Yeah, I might look into making like a leveling filter in the next couple days before we actually get to the league launch. Something that like better displays stats, for instance, would be pretty useful, you know? That belt's not too bad, actually. Looking at gear, I kind of want better boots still.
Oh. Well, it's not nothing.
That 40 dexterity is really appealing on these. Yeah, sorry, Nish. I had to swap to a completely different streaming software, and I had to like redo a bunch of stuff to. I don't know what was going on with the streaming software I was using, but it was like garbage. 30% movement speed, chaos, and cold resist. That's kind of nutty, actually. I could just craft life on those. Just to make my stats look like right now. Not too bad for regular resistance. Craft on life for it. Movement speed is so much better. Really just need an agree on this. I get lucky. 6 chromes. Mark on hit. I guess Blood Rage. Maybe try to roll green socket there. Mark on hit. Let's throw in our Cushion Stone. A little worried that I'm gonna mess up my. I think I'm gonna run without Blood Rage until I get some more chromes, then we'll try to recolor the helm to 1 green. But yeah, 30% movement speed and some chaos resist. Not great, but something. Alright. Yeah, let me know, guys, if the sound is off at all, because we are using different streaming software now. So if my mic versus the music or the game audio, if anything feels weird, let me know, and I'll try to adjust it. Hopefully the video is really good right now. The quality's back up. Good to hear, Hayes. I was like, it was funny, I went out to breakfast with my family, caught up with my parents a little bit, and then I came back home, and I was like, alright, I'm ready, you know, I have the day off from work, I'm ready to get some like serious leveling in, and then immediately I start getting issues with the streaming software, and I'm just like, ugh. Truth is, I probably should have just been using OBS this whole time instead of Streamlabs. Like, everyone pretty much recommends OBS over Streamlabs. I just When I started out, like, got sucked in by Streamlabs because it's a little bit more streamlined.
A worthy opponent.
You need to use War Banner or limit bossing. That's pretty much what I save it for, Hayes. I save my War Banner for bossing. I also save it, like, if I come across, like, a really tanky rare, like a Soul Eater rare or something, I'll drop my War Banner. Otherwise, you don't use it at all. It's just there for an extra boost in damage when you need it. It's typically when you're fighting a boss. Going to try Cyclone for the first time this league. It's a lot of fun. It's a great league starter. I think you'll enjoy it. What is that chest? Melee resist, but that life roll is crazy.
Hail, Godslayer.
I want a chest that has, like, good resistances too, though, at this point.
Got my eye on you.
Found another POB for the Cyclone, but I'll still use yours. Sometimes oh. Yeah, it might have blocked your link, the bot, sorry. But I see the POB link. I'm opening it up right now. It's Cyclone. Looks like this guy went interesting. So he goes into Endless Hunger and then uses the gems to get headsman. Yeah. This is one way to do the character. Actually opening it up in POB right now. Yeah, it's an interesting version of the build. He definitely goes non-block on it. He doesn't run Abyssus, which obviously would tank the Fizz hit taken. It looks like a slightly tankier version. I don't know. Not so much because it doesn't have the block tech in there. So the Fizz hit mitigation's a bit better, but you don't get that 90% block in spell block, which is what I really like about my build, so. But nothing really wrong with that. What they're doing at least.
yourself? Feel all high and mighty, a powerful god slayer.
It's very similar to what I'm doing. The only difference I could see is that they're not going for the block tech, and then they don't run an Abyssus, so like their damage is slightly less in a very juiced version of it. They can take a fizz hit a lot better, it looks like, but I didn't really dig into the configs page to see like what they have toggled on or off or anything like that. But it's basically like a very similar version of the build, just not going for any of the block tech. I guess I didn't do boss. It's possible. There's like my build's a baseline, and there's a lot of different ways you can take it. You can go more offense and scale back the defense. You can scale down the offense like he did, it looks like, and go for more effective fizz damage mitigation. That's Chris. This slam that he does, oh, didn't hurt too much, I guess. Thank you for the build on YouTube. Now I finally have a build in SSF for the upcoming league. I'm so, like, I had this problem last league. I really, really want to play SSF on my character. But, like, I mean, asynchronous trade. But, like, I'm playing SSF right now and I'm having such a fun time with it. And it's gonna, I know it's gonna be even better during the league. So I'm just like, like, I really, like, there's something about SSF that just really appeals to me.
Hello, hello.
Come on, Kirak. Help me out here.
My eye on you.
Help me out, Kirak. Big socket. we got a gold room.
That's a flask. Cha-ching. Orbit regret.
Trying to go as far as possible in SSF. In game isn't my goal. 4 void stones are far enough for me. It's definitely doable. I did 4 void stones on my character from the past week on the first test. The goal is to also do 4 void stones on this one. It's definitely doable in SSF.
Take a socket. That's a flask.
There you go. Yeah, I think I have fun with it, Geronimo. Pretty solid build. But then again, I'm a little biased, right? So.
Regal orb. Stick thing here. Stick thing here.
I'll do a few more test runs, but your POB is so well designed that even a blind person could do it. Yeah, I mean, I tried to design the POB to be as helpful as possible to new players, and I try to tailor expectations too for, you know, the vast majority of players. That might have been boss right there.
Cha-ching. Cha-ching.
This is gonna suck.
Cha-ching! That's a flask. Cha-ching! That's a flask. That's a flask. Foul orb! Let me pick that up. Cha-ching! Chaos orb. Just a baby now.
Alright, let's see. What do I want to go for now? I'll go for this crit right here. Up next.
That's a flask. Cha-ching! Cha-ching! Cha-ching!
Local. Need your aid.
I think we might be doing a bit of harvest and expedition on the first tree here.
Cha-ching!
Get some good raw crafts if we're lucky.
That's a flask.
Wow, these are all terrible. Okay, let's go for this.
Scratching up some treasure chests.
I don't want them to be immune to physical damage. That would be...
That's a flask.
Not on mine.
That's a flask. Cha-ching! Chaos orb. Chaos orb. Cha-ching! Cha-ching!
Approach, challenger.
Cha-ching! Divination card. Cha-ching!
The light of divinity.
Just a baby now.
God Slayer.
Ready when you are.
Cha-ching! That's a flask. That's a flask. That's a flask.
I can't do this just yet.
That's a flask. It's the baby now. Cha-ching! It's the baby now.
I was looking for a core map. Doing some of these lower level maps to try to target farm ones we're missing. Firak isn't being helpful right now.
It's a flask. That's a flask. It's the baby now. Finish line.
Give me 1 second, guys. Just gonna check something. Thanks for the sub, Bishop. That's crazy. Thank you. Hey bro, nice build and got on YouTube. I'd like to know if this build can rush and take the void zones in 1 to 2 days in a trade league. It absolutely can, Postal. If you're good enough to speed through the campaign and do it, you can easily do 2 to 4 void stones within 2 to 3 days, no problem. I'll be right back in just a sec, guys. No problem, Postal. I'm just checking on some stuff real quick with OBS. I'm still tweaking things. Doing this live. But yeah, I will actually be right back. Check on something.
Cha-ching.
How feasible is it to pivot this build to replica string stacker? You're better off playing Jug if you want to do that. Want to play a smooth aggression build? No, it's not the best in meta. Yeah, I mean my build is going to be like pretty solid overall. It won't be meta by any means, but it can do everything if you put enough time and currency into it. Just depends on what your goals are and how much you want to sink into it. Good to know, thanks for the help. Yeah, no problem. Can't wait for the league. I'm so hyped. Yeah, I know. I'm having a lot of fun just playing these test characters, honestly.
Jump covers Prism.
I can't do this just yet.
Ooh, that slam. I stood right in that. Still didn't kill us. Crazy. What are the big ticket items to buy for T17s and Ubers? To get into T17s. Thanks for the follow, Spock. Yeah, that's super, super generic alerts there. We'll fix that later. To get into T17s, mostly you want a decent weapon. After that, you're going to want a... once you have a decent weapon to do enough damage, a Progenesis will help stagger the big hits. So yes, that'd be the next thing to go after. Yeah, I might have to take a few minutes to actually fix that before we continue. But yeah, thanks Spock and thanks Blizz for the follows. Much appreciated. Alright. Play with a non-meta build. Set loop filter to hide all boots with move speed, easy longer league, yeah. I like the birthing tree stuff they've shown. I hope it's good enough to keep me playing. I think it's gonna be an interesting crafting mechanic for sure. Yeah. The idea of chasing foul burn unique sounds fun. It's going to be pretty interesting to see what crazy stuff people are going to be able to come up with. For sure. Hope we can make use of them. Well, depending on like, yeah, what happens with the uniques, like how many mods can be changed. If like all of them can be changed, then you know, it could get pretty crazy pretty quick. I hope they are accessible. It would be nice to get that Abyssus we've talked about, but if they are rare, they're going to be hundreds of divines. Yeah, I don't know how they're going to weight them. I think, like, you know, it's going to be based on unique drop. I think it'll be based on unique drop rarity. So if it's something like a Headhunter that's like a T0 or whatever, then I think they're going to be just as rare as regular Headhunters, and then even more valuable because of the mods. But if it's something like an Abyssus, which is a more common unique, you might see more of those on the market. So it just depends, I guess. Ooh. Got destroyed by that chaos ball.
We must wait a little.
Yeah, I think a well-rolled unique that has a lot of value is going to be expensive for sure, right? So an Abyssus that removes the downside, you know, how many of those are actually going to be on the market? It's probably going to be really expensive. So the only thing I'm wondering is because of async trade, you know, items are going to be on the market all the time. They're not going to come down when players are offline. You're not going to have to deal with players being AFK. You're not going to have to wait on players if you're trying to trade. So I think overall supply will be higher and there'll be more markets flooding, more items flooding the market. But I don't know if the economy will just adjust to that, so the relative price of orbs will compensate to the influx of items. Got 2 Syndicate medallions back to back, which is 20 Divine at the moment. Not sure what upgrade pile is, as it's all SSF gear so far. Yeah. Like in SSF, I typically want to upgrade my weapon as much as possible first. It's going to help me with my 4 Void Stones. And then after that, like, you know, life and resistances and lots of armor on bases. Because then you're getting into a world where, like, you got to start farming for, like, the Stampede boots or something, if you want to go Tumult. Or you got to start target farming, like, essences if you want to craft, like, an even better weapon.
Cha-ching. Cha-ching.
Current weapon is 430 PDPS with crit chance and multi. What would be your aiming for 4 Void Stones? I did 4 Void Stones on a 440 PDPS weapon, Pineapple. So, I will say the Maven fight, when I did it, what was it, Thursday night, so 2 days ago, the Maven fight was a little long, right, because by that point, on trade, I'd easily have a 600 PDPS weapon, and the damage would just be even much better. So if you can have, like, you know, like around a 550 PDPS weapon, it'll make a noticeable difference when you go to do, like, Uber, Elder, and Maven. It's doable with the weapon you have. That's, like, the kind of weapon I had, but your damage will feel a little... It won't be terrible, but it's not going to feel great. Getting like a 600 PDPS staff on trade, whether you craft it yourself or find one, is very easy to do. And that extra like 150 damage on the weapon makes a huge difference. Welcome back, Supreme.
Orb of Snowy. Piece of shit. Cha-ching! Divination card. Cha-ching!
Hey, another league, another spin to win. Thanks for the new video. Keep us updated. No problem, Melee. How would you go about crafting that 650, assuming it's not contempt spamming? You can harvest spam and try to roll fizz mods. That's probably the easiest way to do it. it could cost quite a bit of juice, but it's probably going to be cheaper than doing essence spam. And you should be able to hit something around 550 eventually, and then you can use whetstones to bump that up a bit. Benchcraft whatever is missing on it. Usually harvest crafting is like my go-to kind of like way of getting like a mid weapon until I actually start like crafting with essences. You can also gamble bold.
Cha-ching. Cha-ching.
Like later today, once I unlock more of my atlas, I'll be going into a harvest and expedition. Because I'll try to raw craft a bit of gear. I'll use harvest, spam juice on weapon stuff. RNG combinator, yeah. Yeah, I think I'm going to spend today using my gold on gambling, and then tomorrow I'll probably start setting up my town. I think it's going to be how I go about it.
Cha-ching. I'm so ready for Breach 2.0. So ready. Yeah, the graph stuff's gonna be pretty crazy, man. The ridiculous uniques in the graphs, I'm really looking forward to it, honestly. That's a fast. Cha-ching. Cha-ching.
Hope this time the weapon craft will have mercy on me. The weapon craft is brutal. The problem is like staffs are really hard to roll compared to axes. So it's kind of shitty. I dried up the market at one point and had to wait a day for people to wake up and farm more. That's funny. Well, you finished super quick, right? So I imagine early on. Yeah, I could see that being the case. Guess go for rings now.
I'd consider that a win.
40 intelligence. Ooh, this ring is kind of nasty. Lose dex. Gain a lot of life. Cold, lightning. I think the essences were like 10 chaos per, they went up to 15. That's funny. Definitely see that. Alright, a little bit of fire resistance. We don't have on here. But we're full up on that. What happens if I stack a little bit of mana on this?
I can't do this just yet.
At 100 unreserved. How bad? Need 56 to proc this. How many gold? So I have to wait.
God Slayer. Hail.
Cha-ching. Let's reduce this piece of shit. Chaos. Cha-ching, let's reduce this piece of shit. Cha-ching. 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 It's fucking hot.
Whoa. Wow. Brian, did you just gift a bunch of subs, dude? crazy. Thank you.
That's a flask.
That's my old buddy Brian.
It's fun, huh? Cha-ching.
Thinking of rushing Betrayal again, they said they made boss keys more available, but also killed grabs. I don't think boss keys are down in price that much. I haven't honestly looked at Betrayal since the change. To be fair, that's the map I was looking for.
It's fun, huh? Cha-ching, cha-ching. It's the thing.
I grinded Betrayal hard last league. The changes are really good. Oh, that's interesting. I really didn't like look too much into it. Wonder how much good it is for money making. Yeah, thanks again, Brian. Really nice of you. There's a strat where you can target farm 2 houses with a, whatever reward you want. Yeah, I was kind of interested in it because you can get like the extra mod now on Kane, but I just didn't like. I ended up putting more time into Blight and Ritual and Expedition and stuff last league. After 3 attempts, I got a 400 EDPS staff from Faustus that I could craft for physical damage. Faustus is the way to go in SSF. Yeah, I feel like for getting like just a decent starter weapon, Faustus has been pretty reliable, so not gonna lie.
Hail, God Slayer.
Bosses.
Just to use this piece of shit.
All flames just held like candy. Oh, those do come from 100 C a pop. That's crazy. Those do come from Heist or Betrayal now, huh? Maybe I'll look into Betrayal. I still think I'll start like my typical expedition, do some raw crafting, but maybe instead of doing like Blight Ritual, maybe I'll do some Betrayal. Go right side of the tree.
Cha-ching.
Do all flames only come from doing like the actual Katarina runs, or can you get those from just doing any of the safe houses?
I can't do this just yet.
Thanks, Belch, for the prime. Appreciate it. Safe house kills, gotcha. Yeah, it drops the Veiled X. Okay. Sweat. Yeah, Psycho is an old friend of mine. It's very nice of him to do that. You're not powerful enough to go for the boss. Keys also sell for a good amount. That's crazy that it's that good of a divine maker.
Cha-ching! This thing is this piece of shit.
Might be time to set my loot filter up. But might be even more better to rush now.
What's the thing here? With
Nice, lots of maps for.
Go. I can't do this just yet.
Cha-ching!
Another level already. Alright. There's a chance of winning Paradoxa, and later on Colmac Gamble I hit the big last league on Colmax, one sold for 40 divine. What mods did you hit for it to sell for 40 divine? Pretty crazy.
Cha-ching! Divine vessel.
Did they make the Katarina fight harder? Because I remember Katarina, like, I could have sworn I did at least a Katarina run last league. It wasn't that difficult. Yeah, Katarina is usually like a pushover. Yeah, no phases. I feel like, yeah. Maybe I just do Betrayal. I gotta go right side of the tree anyways for Harvest. Well, I don't have to do Harvest, but like Expedition at the beginning is pretty good. Do a little bit of rod crafting, get some Tujin bubblegum. And then maybe just go like into Betrayal. You know what? I wonder what they're going to replace on that side of the tree since they've removed Breach. Did they already data mine the new Atlas tree for 3.27? I wonder what's replacing the Breach nodes. I heard like chatter that the Breach nodes are gone, but I didn't really look into it. Oh, Beyond moved to the right side. Okay, so Beyond's pretty juicy for leveling. Go Beyond with the Breach mechanic for the League, and then do like some Betrayal and Expedition. It sounds like a vibe, actually. preview clip of resetting the Atlas tree showed things moved, reach removed. Right. I wonder if they changed anything with Beyond, or if they... And that also raises the question, if Beyond moved to the right side of the tree, what replaced it on the left side of the tree? So... We got double boss. Yeah, the trees had holes still. Ah, okay. There's a possibility of that tree is not final, of course, yeah. They're probably still ironing it out right before the launch in typical GGG fashion. June is also Giga XP, almost 91 now. Dang. Crazy pineapple. Good old Atlas progression. Going Betrayal at Farm Street. Yeah, I'll have to do a little bit of Googling and see what the some of these farm strats you guys are talking about.
Refuses to be.
I can't do this just yet.
Cha-ching. Six-socket.
Considering this for a hardcore SSF start, but I'm not sure if champion would be tankier. Slayer, why am I over here? like trying to fight this guy. 'Cause I was looking at chat. Slayer is gonna be better, I think, still for League Start, even on hardcore. I feel like Champion is definitely tankier, but I don't know. Like I would probably still play Slayer on hardcore, honestly. I would just play at a different pace, but eventually I think making the swap just like I want to try swapping to Champion this league when I push into like juice T17s and Uber bosses, get the uniques for it. But I think like on hardcore it would be worth doing it a little bit sooner, just because of the tankiness. Feel like boxes are going to be the meta farm this league. Blight, Alva, and Abyss all got nerfed. Dang. I didn't even look at Blight. How did Blight get nerfed? They changed with Blight. It makes me sad.
Cha-ching. Val orb.
If like Gigajuice mechanic got nerfed, the actual Blight farm is fine. Thanks for the follow, Mr. Decent. Appreciate it. Hi, I have a question. In order for General's Cry to respawn minions, I have to use Desecrate. When you are doing bosses or like any single target situation where there's not corpses nearby, you drop your Desecrate so the clones can spawn. But while you're like mapping like I'm doing right now, as long as there's corpses nearby, the clones will spawn naturally. So we basically just have Desecrate for when we go to do a boss. There was a strat where they'd stack map effect and spam empowering towers to get blight encounters to get multiple monsters. Same copy paste strategy they on everything else, and it's good riddance. Interesting changes. Maybe Betrayal is sounding pretty good, not gonna lie. Sounding pretty good. So when I do harvest early on, I want the yellow juice. The yellow juice is what we're gonna roll staffs with. And like, you know, it's very RNG. You can roll a lot of yellow juice and not get anything good, but occasionally you might hit something really nice, like a 550 plus PDPS staff, and that will easily carry you through pretty much anything in the game up until T17s and Ubers. Yo, I hate these mobs. Like the ones that flee and put down ice walls are so damn annoying. Still pretty, I guess it depends on how long it takes you to level, but it took me a little over 6.5 hours yesterday to get through the campaign. So it was a little bit faster than my first character a week ago, my first test character a week ago, but it was still like, you know, 6 hours and 40-ish minutes to get through it. Then I did a couple maps and I went to bed. Are we using POB to measure the PDPS or are we going on the tooltip? I would use POB. Like if you want to be like absolutely certain, I would use POB. Like the tooltip's fine too, but I always import the POB and judge off that when I'm like, especially if I'm gonna like buy something off trade, I'll evaluate it that way. I'll import my character, import the new item, and take a look at it that way. Thanks, Sal, for the follow. Awaken PoE trade can tell you the PvPS if you control D. Yeah, I guess it does, right? And I have Awaken running right now. There we go. Yeah, I guess it does tell you. Fair. The reason some Cyclone builds have General's Cry and some don't, I'm not sure what the trade-off is. So basically the thing with Cyclone is you need some other ability to kind of augment the single target damage just to kind of round out the build, because Cyclone is still a little underwhelming on single target. So some people do Frozen Legion like Mathil. Jung came up with the General's Cry tech in Phorecia League, and then I took that and I already had my staff block version of the build, and I just added that second link in for the extra damage. I like General's Cry because they're just passively spawning all the time and doing damage, and all I have to do is spin. Like Frozen Legion is really good too if you do like an Ellie version of Cyclone, but then you have to like time it and use it and stuff like that, and I just like, you know, the one button kind of spin to win lazy playstyle. Oh nice, the sub while I was AFK at work. Yeah, my buddy stopped by and dropped like, what was it, 20 gifted subs? It's pretty crazy. Was not expecting that. Guy's annoying because he moves around a lot.
I can't do this just yet.
We're basically going to beeline up to Unwavering Vision. That'll give us 20 free points, and then I'll start speccing into some Harvest, I think, at that point, and Expedition. I'm not sure about the ones without. I still run Impale on my build, because once you're like really scaling your crit really high, Impale scales really well with crit. So I also go Impale in my build once you're really, you know. So some of the last points I'll pick up are going to be like the Impale nodes on the tree, because it scales well with crit once you start stacking that. Took just under 6 hours for me, grabbed haste in Act 3 and had prioritized leap faster momentum, had a couple crashes in Cool Lab, 5 hours seems doable. Yeah, I think like if I just like really focused on leveling faster, I could hit 6 or under. But I think like I'm beginning to accept the fact that I'm probably like a 6.5 hour Andy campaign runner. Cyrus is in the Feared now? What the fuck, dude? Did they remove a boss or they just added him to the Feared? Like he's just an extra boss in there now. That's hilarious. Just imagine him dropping like 18 storms everywhere. Yikes. Oh, he replaced Cheula. Gotcha. I think that's a worse trade-off. Like, Cheula wasn't that scary. Usually, like, you wanted to kill Elder, right? He was the scary one. And then Atziri is also pretty scary. Like, I feel Cyrus dropping storms everywhere is going to be a nightmare on that. I mean, it kind of makes sense. Cyrus is one of the iconic endgame bosses from the game, so if you're going to slot in a new one, he'd be the one to do, I guess. Yeah, that's, I don't know, man. If you run the invitation without any mods, it might not be that bad, but imagine like just running a really scary invitation. Like, you know, they release all at once or whatever. Whew. Crazy.
Cha-ching. Supposed to use this piece of shit.
Practice makes perfect.
Cha-ching. Divination card.
I kind of want them to import the Abyss mechanic from PoE 2 into PoE 1. I think that would be a fun upgrade. Maybe make a few tweaks to it, but
Cha-ching. Chaos core.
how boss damage feel on this build? It feels pretty good up until like the end game content, like late end game, T17s and Ubers, and then you have to invest some money into the build. But for like just doing Void Stones, regular bosses, things like that, it's fine. Especially since they removed Hordes, current Abyss is kind of useless. Yeah. Getting rid of Hordes, like, nobody's running Abyssus now unless you're doing it for XP. Oh, Atziri is gone from the Witness too? Interesting. Atziri was like one of the scarier bosses on the Maven invitation for the Feared. At least in my opinion. Oh, this might not be the best place to be. Said whatever and sent it on that one. Gotcha, I'm stuck between 3 builds, League Start, Cyclone Slayer, Siege Ballista, or Wander Elementalist with a new skill. Requires Cyrus and the Incarnation of Dread to be witnessed instead of Chayla and Atziri. Ah, that sounds like a way worse trade-off. Jeez. That sounds so much worse. Yeah, I don't know, I feel like as a League starter, like, Cyclone Slayer is very reliable. If you want something to run like, you know, Uber Pinnacle bosses and choose T17s and stuff, then you might want to start looking at swapping to a different build after you League start. Yeah, that makes the Feared so much worse, 100%. I can't wait to see Ben do it on the hardcore SSF race though. You know, the GOAT. That is a lot of gauntlets. I might actually ID all those.
I believe in feathered light.
Yeah, no problem, senpai. Shit's gonna be expensive. Oh, well, Juan's gonna be, I think, OP as a League starter. That new skill looks disgustingly good. So naturally, the market's gonna have a lot of high value prices on everything. I mean, that's pretty good. Kinda like those gloves. You know, it might actually be kind of worth, since I'm going a lot of hybrid on 2 pieces at least, it might be worth picking up Iron Reflexes. It's only 3 points. Yeah, I have a video on my YouTube channel, same name on YouTube, God, from 3.25. It has a Google Drive link to the 3.26 filters and sound files. If we're able to remove the downside from Abyssus, yeah, we were talking about removing the downside from Abyssus earlier. It's gonna be crazy if that's possible, because like, yeah, man, be pretty crazy. Can fix our resistance easy there. I gotta move my 4-link though, is the only issue. I don't need to use infused channeling, I could go to 3 red. Oh, but that works. It was like meant to be. Right. Means we can actually drop this, I believe. Yeah, the Abyssus helm without the downside is going to be like ridiculously expensive. Unless like, you know, Abyssus isn't a super uncommon drop, so the question is like, how uncommon would like getting something like that be? But it's going to be pretty uncommon, 100%. I think maybe I go Hold Fire on the belt reroll. Alright. That's gonna be your lead goal to pick up an Abyssus with no downside. It'd be pretty dope, right? To make one of those Abyssuses? You might be able to target farm like helms with the new tree mechanic, but I don't know if you're gonna be able to narrow it down to Abyssus, and there's quite a lot of helms in the game. But it's definitely a lofty goal to chase.
I can't do this just yet.
Yeah, you can't target down helms and bases, I believe, so armor base, hopefully. Oh, is it only armor? Whew. I mean, that's... Good luck. Godspeed.
Cha-ching. Cha-ching.
What gamble next? I guess I'll gamble on some staffs again. It'd be pretty crazy if I could hit like a 500, just a raw 500 PDPS staff this early into the run. Pretty cool.
Cha-ching. What's the useless piece of shit? What's the useless piece of shit?
Alright, Faustus. Give us something amazing. I believe.
I've considered that.
Hey, we can go play Phantasm. I got a 5-link staff. Maelstrom. This might be worth, Harvest on, so we'll keep that. 5-link. So these, not so much. Alright, this is now our new project.
Ahoy there.
Let's see what else. Rip.
Good luck to you.
Taking Iron Reflexes changes your 100 build from 15.6k fizz hit taken to 16k. Yeah, but how much like evasion do I have on my armor pieces? So like if I look at my 100 tree, it's just the boots. That's why it doesn't make much of a difference, yeah. Yeah, Iron Reflexes. The reason I'm saying Iron Reflexes might be worth it for me right now is I have 2 bases that are running evasion on them. And while it doesn't seem like a lot of armor, at this level it would be maybe 5 to 10% extra fizz damage reduction. But that's going to fall off pretty quick once I get some more levels, so... Eventually, hopefully I'll replace those with better armor bases. I mean, with 3 endurance charges, I'm at like 70% right now with Blast, so not terrible. I definitely need a much better chest. My chest is... I had like over 3,000 armor chest on the last run. That was pretty good. I don't know where about link sockets and colors go. It's probably the only thing in PoE2 that I think is just 100% better. Yeah, Iron Reflexes is not worth it on my actual PoB trees. We're running mostly armor bases. There's a few things I like about PoE2. I actually like a few things about PoE2. The problem is the game is just not... It needs time to cook. It's not there yet. I think in another like year and a half plus, it'll be in a pretty good spot. But, you know, there's so much time and balance and perfection in PoE1 over the last 15 years of development versus PoE2 that it's like, when you compare the two, it's... Everything just feels better in PoE1. And I think what's happening with PoE2 is they're slowly adding PoE1 elements to it as they make changes to make it a lot more like PoE1. You know, like adding the sprint mechanic, and I'm sure they're going to add a bunch of quality of life stuff in the next big patch, and it's slowly going to start to bring it closer to PoE1 in my opinion. Were you thinking of changing bases to pick it up, or just what you have equipped? Just what I have equipped right now. Like, because 2 of my 4 pieces are armor evasion, but I'm gonna probably replace these pretty soon, which is why I didn't go with it. Got another unique map from that. That's kind of cool. Game just needs to be a lot quicker and feel less. Yeah, that's my biggest problem. Is like the tempo of the game just feels off. And the end game just needs a lot of time to cook, you know. Like, there's something about mapping in PoE1 that just feels so satisfying. You know, I can run maps all day, but running waystones in PoE2 feels like a chore. It just doesn't feel good. The maps are too large. You know, there's too much, like, it takes too long to complete them. It just doesn't feel good. I like the leveling process. I don't even mind the campaign being slower and more difficult. Like, I'm all for that. I think, like, on subsequent characters, that's a problem. But on the first character of each league, I really enjoy, actually, the pace and everything of the campaign. And I thought the new act was, like, top-notch. It's just when you get to endgame, it just feels... You know, the thing about action RPGs is you're trying to convince players to play your game for, like, 2 or 3 weeks. And the gameplay loop just feels... It just doesn't feel good to me, like the way PoE1 does. So after, like, a week of playing PoE2, I just, like, I lose interest. You know, and there's also, I think, a problem where, like, I want to play, like, melee builds in that game, and, like, unless you're playing ES Evasion, like, you can't play Life. For whatever reason, Life builds are terrible in PoE2. They're not great in PoE1 either, but, like, at least you can play them like my build. In PoE2, it's, like... I don't understand why Life doesn't get more love in PoE2. But I think, like, they're aware of all this stuff, and I think, like, I'm confident over the next several leagues they're gonna continue to improve it. Like, 0.3 was a huge improvement to the game, and I think it's just gonna get better and better with more time to cook. About time to up the strictness? Yeah, I agree. Thank you. Go up to a lot of stuff on the screen for sure.
Godslayer.
Stay vigilant.
Cha-ching! Divination card. Cha-ching! Cha-ching! Cha-ching!
You know, it's funny, I was just thinking about this. I still have, like, about 4 hours until I hit my actual first 24 hours on this character, so we're doing pretty good. Like, we're into yellow maps now. Need to try to push through yellow maps quick. But my goal is usually by the actual end of a second day to be well into red maps, so I feel like my progress on this character is going pretty well. For me, at least.
Cha-ching! Sekusaki! Cha-ching! Cha-ching. Where's the useless piece of shit? Cha-ching.
Remember when that flask used to be goated.
I can't do this just yet.
Cha-ching. Cha-ching.
Ryan, how much DPS do you aim for before doing Uber Elder and Maven? It's hard to say. I had a 5-link and a 6-link when I did it on my last character, and I had a really bad weapon. So it kind of depends. Like, if I have a really good weapon and I got lucky, and it's like, or if I'm on trade and I just have like a 650 plus PDPS staff, I'll try to do it with like 2 4-links. You know, but like right now with this weapon, I'd want to like get at least 2 5-links going before I try. I kind of balance it out that way. It really depends on my weapon.
Cha-ching.
Weapon versus links combination of.
Cha-ching.
But I typically hold off on doing my last 2 void stones for a bit. Like I'll go do the first 2 relatively quickly, at least for myself. And then if I'm on trade, I'll rush them, you know, because I'm progressing quickly. But on SSF, I take my time a little bit more. Because farming up the frags on SSF sucks, and I don't want to like go try to do Maven and then like, you know, I'm not mechanically great player, and then I blow the portals because, you know, I didn't take the time to work on my weapon or something like that. 350 EDPS staff in Act 9 is really good. Pretty good.
Cha-ching. That's a blast. Cha-ching. Cha-ching. Oh, shiny. Cha-ching. Chaos Board. Cha-ching. Cha-ching card. Cha-ching. Cha-ching! Cha-ching!
Approach, challenger.
I can't do this just yet.
It's the baby now. Cha-ching! Cha-ching!
Got my eye on you.
It's the baby now. Cha-ching! Lots of flags. Cha-ching! Just the useless piece of shit. Cha-ching! 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 Chaos Board. Cha-ching! Cha-ching! Get rid of the useless piece of shit.
Oh, I was muted. Sorry, Thane. I was gonna say, yeah, like the thing, Than, about like playing Cyclone and being nostalgic is like I started playing in D3 action RPGs. I didn't play D1 or D2, and so Cyclone really reminds me of like, you know, playing Whirlwind Barb, which was my favorite thing back in D3. So obviously I've come to love PoE. It's a much better game, but it does kind of remind me when I was younger and playing Whirlwind Barb, and kind of like my first entry into, yep, Whirlwind Ren Bleed, and like my first introduction into action RPGs and how much fun I had back then. Pretty much. Yeah, they got the 20% buff to all gem levels, more 20% more damage at all gem levels, not increased but more, so it's like an extra support gem basically. How come you use Ground Slam of Earth Breaking? Is it something you can put on early? So Sunder is fine, but I like the alternate Ground Slam because it has better AoE. It just makes my General's Cry feel like they're helping out more with clear when I'm mapping. But Sunder is fine. Like, there's nothing wrong with Sunder. Yeah, to this day, even though like they don't make new seasons in D3, you know, they still have the servers up and they do the repeats of seasons. I still go back and play for like a day or two, and I'll play Whirlwind Barb. I have so much fun still reliving that. Sounds good. Is there a way to play good old Fizz Cyclone with Slayer? That's what my build is. My build is a Fizz Cyclone using Crit and Impale. Whirlwind Barb is really fast. This build right here is a Cyclone Shockwave Fizz DPS build. So if that's what you're interested in, this should be right up your alley. Thoughts on like trying Tech Slam on them? My understanding isn't Tectonic Slam of Cataclysm like it scales LE damage. Yeah, my build also uses Impale Disc. Yeah, I thought about doing the tech with endurance charges and the Tectonic Slam of Cataclysm, but we don't do LE. It's not like Jung's build from Furisha where we do LE damage. This is a pure Fizz build, so I find that when I math it out, we do more damage with Sunder or Ground Slam because it's a pure Fizz slam skill. And keep in mind, Dis, I'm playing a private league simulating SSF right now, so I'm not using trade or the economy. This is just items I've crafted or found in the game as I've been leveling. Working my way through maps now. But a quick overview of the build. Give me one sec. Sorry, I was muted. Can you hear me now? Let me go ahead and also... Sorry, you might be able to hear me now. I created a new scene. I had to reset up my whole stream setup today because I had issues. I'm using a whole other streaming software. But you should be able to hear me now. But yeah, basically on my build, you know, this is like the level 95 crit tree, which most people should be able to obtain and work towards. The gear is not too crazy, right? We're like Abyssus, Stampede, a bit, Abyssus maybe a Divine, Stampede, Divine maybe, Storm Shroud 5 to 10 Divine. The Lethal Pride will be the most expensive thing here, or Light of Meaning if you go for that. But like when you look at the tree, and the POB is in second. I haven't really designed this around going a different, like going Marauder, unfortunately. But you could kind of do that, I think. It's going to be way less damage, but like actually Berserker might be similar damage, if not a little bit better, but it would be less quality of life, I think. You're not going to have Coal, you're not going to have the AoE, you're not going to have Leech, so it'd be a little bit different, but yeah, but basically this is old school Cyclone, right? We're using Fizz damage, we're using Impale, so like 4.6 million Impale damage, 4.5 Cyclone damage, almost 2 million Shockwave damage. So this is basically like an old school Fizz Cyclone setup. The only thing that's kind of new is we're running General's Cry setup for the extra damage. And then what my build does differently than other Cyclone builds is we go staffs and we go block. So we take these staff clusters up here. We run Ignimatic Defense as our anoint. We go into Versatile Combatant, and we run our block at 65% attack and spell block chance. And then once you want to invest further into the build, we start running Flame Flesh for the Gladiator Ascendancy more than skill, and then we're running like almost 90% block and spell block, which is my take on the build, if you will, or on Cyclone. So stacking endurance charges, stacking a shit ton of block, using a Progenesis in the late game to stagger big hits if you want to sink that currency into it, and then scaling crit and impale damage on Slayer. That's pretty much the build. I've never tried pushing into Delve on this build. I think you could go like probably 400 to 500 pretty easy, and then I don't know how well it would do after that, to be honest. Since you already did a SSF run, how well can this function at like T16s and Pinnacles without uniques? Because like even Stormshot is a rough one to get. It depends on how good you are at making currency. Like in SSF, that's going to be rough, right? My build is designed around you being able to League Start, get 4 Void Stones, and do T16 farming in trade or SSF. But if you're trying to go into T17s and Ubers, you're probably gonna have a hard time in SSF because you're gonna want those uniques. You're gonna want a Storm Shroud. You're gonna want to pick up a Progenesis to push into like really juicy content to stagger big hits. And that's gonna be hard to do in SSF. It's doable, but you're gonna be grinding for a while. So I didn't design the build to be played solely in SSF, but it is equally viable all the way through T16s, Void Stones, and regular bosses, whether you play trade or SSF. And I've showed that last week playing an SSF character and doing all my Void Stones, and I'll do it again on this character. But if you want to push into T17s, like juicy T17s, Ubers, yeah, it'll be harder in SSF. If you just want to do T16s, you'll have no issue doing this on SSF. The move speed is insane, damage is decent as Champion. Yeah, I think Champion is the play when you're ready to do harder content. I think Slayer is more damage. It's obviously not as tanky, but it's way more damage early on. And then when you want to get into, if you desire to do T17s and Uber Pinnacle bosses in particular, I think making the swap to Cyclone is going to make a better bosser at that point. What does PDR mean in your POB? That's physical damage reduction. That means that the tree you're looking at is probably the one that has better physical damage reduction than other trees. Thanks Sal for the follow, and thanks CE for the follow. Appreciate it. Thank you, thank you.
Cha-ching.
I can't do this just yet.
The 20% buff is essentially like having an extra support gem. It's almost as good as having an extra link on our Cyclone. So you can kind of look at it that way. We basically went to having a 7 link setup instead of a 6 link.
Cha-ching. It's here now. Cha-ching.
It's pretty big, yeah. I don't think it's going to turn Cyclone into some super meta build that everyone wants to play. The single target damage on Cyclone is still going to be far less than, you know, the meta builds. But it definitely puts us in a point where, like in 3.26, you could do everything on my build, or a Cyclone build, with enough investment. You could do everything. It's just going to make it, it's going to make that ceiling not so high anymore, you know? You'll still need a lot of investment, but it's not going to feel, you know, nearly as bad. I don't want to say it felt bad as bad, but like you really kind of had to put some money sink into the build in order to really trivialize content the way other meta builds do. It'll make that feel a little bit less painful. Oh yeah, if you just want to do mapping on my build, a Headhunter's great over a Mageblood, 100%. But Mageblood's like really good for just like all around scaling the defenses and resistances and everything on the build. So I usually go for Mageblood.
Cha-ching. Cha-ching. Orb of Alteration.
Basically an immortal build. It's not immortal. You know, it's not like playing champion or like other tanky builds. But it's you know, you definitely feel pretty good, unless you're doing like some insanely dumb content, you know. Oh, Glad Max Block Cyclone some years ago. Oh yeah, for sure. Oh, I see your comment above, yeah. Still miss Max Block Glad. Yeah. Yeah, it was pretty immortal. Fair. Alright, I guess I'm gonna YOLO some more staffs. The coal feels so good. Oh yeah, the coal is really good. One of my favorite things about playing Slayer.
Could do worse, Exile.
Yeah, no problem. I hope you enjoyed the build, Dis. If you enjoyed the Fizz, Impale, Old School, Cyclone, this should be right up your alley.
Cha-ching. Cha-ching.
Didn't even break a sweat.
Chaos Core. Cha-ching. Cha-ching.
I love Cyclone. I played a lot where the game Crusaders came to the game. Oh, you're talking about the Conquerors? Like Cyrus? Yeah. Yeah, Cyclone is definitely one of my favorite builds in the game. I have a few others I really enjoy. But this definitely takes the cake for me right now.
Just use the useless piece of shit.
I was a big fan of actually Skeleton Mage for several leagues. But Skeleton Mages have been in a pretty bad spot compared to other minion builds for a while now, unfortunately. Oh, I forgot the name of the Savior. Is that the name of the Cyrus's sword? The one that spawns the clone of you? Yeah, that was a pretty fun item. It was a pretty fun item.
Cha-ching.
Dang, this Abyss just keeps going, huh? Alright. Take the XP.
Cha-ching. Cha-ching. Cha-ching.
Last league I played Skelly Mages, it was pretty broken to be honest. So, what was pretty broken about it? Because my understanding was like I thought it wasn't as good as it used to be. Like, it's better playing, you know, obviously something like Bama or, which I guess you could argue Bama's not really a minion build, but like Bama or like Holy Relic and stuff was far better in terms of like power scaling. Gotcha.
Approach, challenger.
Wow. Okay, so there it is. So it was the Merc tech that made Skellies pretty good. Okay, I can see that. So I'm thinking of Skelly Mages like in 3.25, and to my understanding, they weren't like super amazing. But if you're doing something like with the Mercs and Dorianis, then yeah, I could see that. I could see that doing that. I could see that making it pretty broken. I do know Gazzy. The minion content creator. Who's his build? Yeah, I'm not surprised. Used to be K, and then Gazzy took over as kind of the minion guru.
Cha-ching. World of Scouring Sport.
By the way, Special Throw got a bit more attack speed in the patch. That's good. Yeah, hopefully people saw me with the one-handers yesterday. I feel like if you use one-handers with Spectral Throw, it feels a lot better, obviously, than a two-hander. And I think damage-wise, it just feels better the first couple levels in Act 1 because you're just hitting a lot more with it. Kind of acts as a range skill in a way too, which is nice.
Cha-ching.
You there, local, come. Try to go as far as further. Keep going. Away from me.
Always critical strikes is going to be a little crazy, but give it a shot here.
I should also mention this might unearth our sleep. You can take them.
Oh, we got a Soul Eater.
Don't get 'em, local.
Yeah, it's gonna be rough. Can't call them quickly.
You did it. You did it. Most of the locals I grabbed for this job don't last long.
Do we have to use the Cry in your build, or is it automatic? It's automatic. You use it with Auto Exertion, so General's Cry with Auto Exertion. It makes the ability cast automatically. You don't have to manually do it. Thanks, Agates and Grumpy for the follows. Much appreciated. Yeah, that's why I like using the General's Cry setup over other skills to augment or supplement Cyclone, because it basically still is a one-button build. I just spin and they summon around corpses. It becomes a two-button build on like single target if you have to put Desecrate down twice, but that's about it.
Cha-ching.
How's Big Boom Expedition? Any mods to avoid besides Fizz Immune? It just, I guess it depends on the mods on the map too, right? You gotta kind of feel it out. I'm actually about to go into Big Boom Expedition in a few minutes here, so we'll see how it goes. But typically, yeah, like anything that's like immune to Fizz damage. The other annoying one is like life regen every 4 seconds. Can be pretty annoying if you don't have enough damage on the build. Lava Lake. Alright. Because I'm a lazy guy, you don't want to press too much buttons. Pretty much. Kind of a lazy guy too. Like 1 to 3 buttons is like my max that I want to have to deal with. Once it's like a 5-button thing, I'm just like, nah man, I'm good. Like playing Piano Flash Slam build or something. I'll pass on that. I don't care how powerful it is. Getting lots of unique maps. It's kind of nice. Two buttons, yeah, one for movement, one for damage. I guess I do have a few buttons I use, right? I have Leap Slam and Frostblink, but I don't really think about them as extra buttons. They feel kind of natural to press. Like, I have one attack button, that's basically how I look at it. I don't know. That's a good question. We'd have to POV it out. Typically, Bone Shatter has to deal with like stacking trauma on yourself with the trauma support, I believe. And then the more you do that, the more damage you do, but the more damage you do to yourself, so you have to become a tanky build. I don't think the clones live long enough that they'd get the benefit of Bone Shatter, because the idea is you stack up something like trauma support on yourself, and then after X amount of time, you do like big damage, keep the stacks going. But the clones die pretty quickly, so I don't know. You talking about Resolute Technique? Resolute Technique is not really good. You want to get into crit as soon as possible for more damage. So Resolute Technique's fine during the campaign for a little bit, but you really don't want to be using it. You want to go crit as soon as possible. You're just gonna do a lot more damage. Oh, the Benchcraft. It's not bad. Yeah. Save the 4 points on the tree. If you can craft it on a weapon, and the weapon's still pretty high PDPS, you do gain some extra crit from the nodes. It's not like just accuracy. You are getting a little bit of crit chance. But I guess it depends on how close to crit cap you are. This is a pretty powerful cluster for a long time, though. That's why I pick it up. It's actually pretty good. I mean, right now I'm not running precision, and I'm at 9586. I actually probably should segue to precision now that I look at my stats. I probably should swap over to precision. Could be worth it for late game, yeah. I haven't really thought about crafting a weapon yet for the new league, because there's so many variables with the new crafting mechanic and everything.
I can't do this just yet.
Hail Godslayer.
I think we're gonna want one blue on this. We should probably Barichi this recipe. Basically, Chrome should be math on it, according to this. Breachy is always right. $103 mana. Rolling in precision. 5. Bad. See how much of this that will drop one of our other ores if we have. You could use a Stygian in the POB. Stygian belt would be better than a heavy belt. I probably just didn't think about it or add it in there. It's a worthwhile addition. But you get like a Headhunter or Mage Blood if you're pushing it that far. Would give you an extra Abyss Jewel socket for working with Storm Shroud. Would be nice. I could have sworn I had a Stygian Vice in there in the like at least the higher level trees. Am I wrong about that? Yeah, I still got a heavy belt. Same. Yeah, I think I just carried that over from the earlier trees. Didn't really think too much about it. Like, it's in the level 90 lower level tree. I probably just carried it over from there. Sent more area damage. 90% more physical damage from hits. I think we're gonna keep Flesh and Stone for right now. Scale our precision for some extra hit and crit.
alteration.
Yes, thank you, Psycho, my old friend. Gifting all those subs.
Cha-ching.
I can't do this just yet.
Stygian Vice is fine, ball. Then eventually, like, depending on your goals, you can go for a Headhunter or a Mage Blood, which would be more expensive than a Headhunter. Precision fixes chance to hit in general, right? So it fixes chance to hit, including chance to hit evasion mobs. It also scales crit chance. Precision's a pretty good aura once you're investing in crit. Like, it gives you accuracy, right, for your hit, increased critical strike chance. It's pretty good. Yeah, Stygian is the one that you socket like an Abyss Jewel in. Has like a little eye.
Who could have produced this piece of shit?
By the way, are Mercs going core? Mercs are not going core, which is why I'm doing this SSF run without mercenaries. But when I made my private league, I selected standard SSF, so no Mercs. Okay, big boom. I forgot we went big boom for a second. I'm gonna say this should be okay, but we'll find out. Crazy. Probably gonna die instantly. Bad, not too bad.
Produced this piece of shit.
Not too bad at all.
Baby now. Cha-ching. Orb of alteration. Cha-ching. Cha-ching.
By the way, how do you do the Wakiwara, whatever unique map boss? It is. There isn't a good answer to that. That boss sucks on this build. So I usually do that unique map last because I hate it and it sucks on this build, and I really don't have a good answer for doing it. Except, like, you know, hopefully your generals probably clones, like, take him out. Yeah, basically your generals have to take care of that. It sucks. I hate that fucking map so much. It's so dumb. Ask for help. Yeah, just invite people always works. Kind of hard when you're in SSF though, guys. Just saying, you know, when you're in SSF, a little bit harder. I already did this. Alright. Decoy totem? Ah, just bait it? I guess that's fair. I didn't even think about that. That is some 5-head stuff. In the in SSF, you have the option to cry. Yeah. Well, you know, you're doing it to yourself, right? That's kind of the whole point of SSF. Self-inflicted pain.
I can't do this just yet.
Cha-ching.
You there, local.
Maybe we'll gamble with Gwyn and we'll get something crazy on this run, right? You can dream the dream. The things that I kind of look out for, obviously immune to fizz damage. Regenerating life is kind of annoying, and also removes energy shield and mana can be kind of annoying, but
Cha-ching covers prism.
ho ho ho.
Jump covers prism.
Spicy meatball. Oh, Soul Eater. That's why this guy slaps.
Cha-ching. Let's reduce this piece of shit.
I find a mirror and trade. Yeah. Yeah, we've all been talking about imagining the Abyssus without the damage. It'll be... Someone was like, that's going to be like a mirror on trade, and I'm like, I don't doubt it, you know? Like, if you roll that on an Abyssus, that's an expensive helm. That's a much desired item, for sure.
Cha-ching, cha-ching. 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 Cha-ching.
Bit worried about the AoE for Breach 2.0, my friend. I'm not really worried about it. I think we're going to be okay. Stampede being exclusive from Harvest, though, not sure if it will be available from Breach Breeding. It's exclusive to Harvest, and Replica is exclusive to Heist, but yeah, I don't think you're going to be able to get a Stampede from the tree. I don't think they've released a list of the uniques with the mods and everything, as far as I know. Yeah, it's probably only going to give you drops that are global, I would imagine. Unless there's something on the tree where you can spec into drops coming from League mechanics, but I don't know. We'll find out in a couple days.
Cha-ching. Divination card. Cha-ching, cha-ching.
Thanks FR for the follow.
Orb of alchemy.
Where do I watch you, on YouTube or here? Wherever you want to. I stream on both, so if you'd rather watch me on YouTube, by all means. But if you like Twitch and that's the platform you like to watch streams on, go for it. Final lap time? Oh, did you find your, you find it? Supreme? Nice. We're about ready to go into final lab here too, if I can just find a, get an offering.
They can't do this just yet.
Uber lab, not, oh, your third lab, I was gonna say. Big congratulations if that was the case, because overleach is really wonderful to have once you get it. Definitely helps out with red maps. Where is my expedition? Forget where I put that in here.
Long day. Got my eye on you.
Or the balcony.
Hey, there it is. I found my trial. Go get our offering. Then we'll go do final lab, I guess. Oh, did I miss one? Or did it just unlock? I don't know. Just unlocked. Is Zaro being hella stingy with the ground slam? Yeah. That's the gem I should roll for when I go do my Uber lab. Because I'm not going to be using Tumult anytime soon. Ground slam would be dope though, for reals. So I gotta remember to go purchase a few of those before I do final lab. Oh, is it this way? Here it is, offering, let's go. Replica Stampede should be cheap this week because so many people gonna be heisting. Yeah. Did they do any other changes besides the rogues to heist?
Orb of scouring. Cha-ching.
The rewards? Okay. Oh, the Tranthan gems, yeah. I gotta go see what the good perk gems are. People liked.
Approach.
I wanted to do something with the Wave of Conviction one because I thought that was a cool little ability for AoEs around you. Interesting. I really need the resistances on this chest. I don't need the fire and lightning, I guess. Change that to fire and lightning. Balance that out. %, additional physical damage reduction is pretty nice. Plus Heist is a good source of early Val orbs, which are more expensive since they're going to be used, yeah, for instead of remnants. Yeah, that's true. Before link now.
We do this for freedom.
That is a lot of armor. Extra 1700 armor is pretty good. Pretty good. Resistances are a little scuffed. Yeah, our lightning resistance is a little low, but I think we'll be okay.
Hail, Godslayer. Hail, Godslayer.
Spend 8 divines crafting a staff, hit the suffix on the Veiled Chaos, and an old hit the fizz. Nice. 710 PT. Yes. Good. Pretty good, Pineapple. Let's pick up a couple ground slam gems for lab. I'm gonna blow gold again on staffs. Kinda.
I'd consider that a win.
Maybe I get lucky. Maybe I get lucky.
Hello. Doubt even I could sell that.
The Ezomite 5-link base is a little bit nicer than this one. Although this is one item level higher, so okay, I'm gonna take a break real quick, and I'll be back in a few minutes, and I'm gonna do Uber Lab. Be right back. Let's go do this lab. Go ahead and pull up PoE lab real quick. Good idea of what's going on.
Ascend with precision.
I can't do this just yet. Practice makes perfect.
There's no lab notes today from PoE lab, so we're gonna wing it, see what happens. I don't know. Hold on. See if there's any other resources. Web. I'm actually going to Path of Lab right now. Yeah, I just saw the Reddit post. Cool. But I did because there is a Dark Shrine in this first area. I want to try to do the Dark Shrines because if we can get 2 rolls on the font, might get lucky and get the Ground Slam gem. So worth trying out.
Fucking hot.
The pursuit of power can be a grotesque affair.
I can't do this just yet.
Spicy. Spicy, spicy, spicy.
Cha-ching. Cha-ching. Charizard.
There was one hidden shrine, but I didn't take note where it was. I leap slammed into a freaking wall there and almost got me killed. That's funny. Dude, it's probably all the way back up there. No, that's the golden door, so where's... Alright, I'm confused. He should be over here somewhere. So how did we get there from here? Is it all the way down there and I missed it? I probably did. Yeah, it's down this way. Okay.
Orb of Scouring.
Such a meme. They do that. Oh, there's a switch over here. Probably the only lever I needed actually. So
Where there's a golden key, there must be a golden door.
the things I'll do for ascendancy points. Even this is infinitely better than doing a trial on Pew.
Let the day dawn golden with possibility.
Aspirant's trial. Yeah.
The weary traveler draws close to the end of the path. When one defiles the effigy, one defiles the emperor.
Alright, straight ahead and then Dark Shrine in the next room.
Oh, Scarab!
Trial of Chaos is just awful though. Yeah. I just like, I get that they want trials to be like challenging, or ascendancies to be like something significant in PoE 2, but I think it's just endemic of the overall problem I have with PoE 2 is that it's just too slow paced for what I want in an action RPG.
Okay, let's go.
Surely it's not in the corner over. Yeah. Up north some here if there's a fine. Yeah, it's gonna be up here. Big of the spoils, like extra key, right? Yeah. Eh. The other shrine is all the way back down over here. So we'll go back that way. That room.
Cha-ching!
Or is that the way we came? That's the other shrine, I think. Yeah.
Cha-ching!
Death trap, death trap, death trap.
strikes without hesitation. To entertain doubt is to dance with death. An emperor is only as efficient as those he commands. Failure is an illusion. Such resilience. Only one of your lessons was completed with Ascendant.
I'm gonna go left to Dark Shrine. Dark Shrine and go left. All right. Not what I was hoping for, but I guess it is what it is.
Aspirant can afford to be promising. An emperor must keep. A throne is the most devious trap of them all. Nobility is alive.
Alright, final lab. I'm of the same color. We have 2 crafts. So, if we're lucky, on the second craft we'll get what we want. Let's see. Sunder of Earthbreaking. Never lucky. Alright. Maybe on these chests we'll get lucky.
Sick socket.
Eh. Guess not. But we did get our last lab done, so there's that. Take a win where I can.
Godslayer.
Could do this map, I guess. Yo, thank you for the build. Played it last league and my gear is nuts and the build has been great from start to finish. Yeah, no problem. Glad you liked it, Joe. Glad you had a good time in the league. Looking forward to running it in a week 3.27. Doing some SSF testing here. Showing off leveling the build yesterday and map progression today.
What is this piece of shit?
First time clearing Actin Katava without dying 8 times. I'm so happy. Congrats, congrats Supreme. Sorry, Nightbot got upset there. Is this an okay build for Delve? I don't know. I've never done Delve end game on it. I would say it's probably okay to like probably 400 or 500. At that point, I can't really guarantee how well it'll perform. Synovix had a great time last week with your build. Is it getting better on next update? Well, we got no nerfs and a 20% more, not increased, but more damage for every gem level of every version of Cyclone. So I'd say it's just essentially like having an extra support gem on the skill. But yeah, pretty good. Be pretty good next week. Let's go through maps here and see if we got anything. Accretion. Not really. See if Keurig has anything for us. Fog map.
Stay vigilant.
Are you gonna try and get more area of effect for the breach mechanic? I don't know. The question will be how much do we have to kill to stabilize the breach? I think we'll be fine. You have to remember, like, I'll be running Cyclone of Tumult, which has more AoE than what you see right now on the screen. So, I think it's gonna be fine. But I'll have to feel it out with the new mechanic. But we're gonna have slightly larger AoE than you see even right here, so it's using the Tumult gem. I feel like everything is going to rush the fuck out of you, so you should do more than fine. Yeah, the thing with breach is they all charge you, right? So, I think we'll be fine, because as we spin around, everything's going to run towards us, so you'll basically, like, you'll just hang out on the edges of the breach and just kind of run around in circles. It's going to be very similar to playing RF, right? Like, our AoE is slightly smaller, if not the same size as RF once we use Tumult, so it'll be very similar gameplay. I think we'll be okay. Feels pretty good to be done with Ascendancy. That overleach. Ended up dropping Tumult because of the movement penalty. If I remember, I went with an explode chest piece and more AoE of speed and focused on the breach mechanic last week. It was fun to see the explosions. Yeah. Yeah, I'll just have to see how it feels. I'm pretty confident that it's not going to be I don't think it's going to be an issue running what we run. But we'll find out like in a week or so once we're well into the mechanic. Oh, I don't get any flash charges right now. I don't have freeze immunity without that.
Orb of scouring. That's a flask.
Think of Kinetic Rain or the new skill gems. They look good. Yeah, I think Kinetic Rain will be fun. But I think everyone's gonna be playing Kinetic Rain on League Start. I feel like that's gonna be the streamer meta. So I won't play it, but I'll watch people play it. I'll play Cyclone for, like, I'm pretty much just going to play Cyclone the first 2 weeks at least, and then I might try out a different build at that point once the meta shakes up and, you know, we have a good idea of what is, like, really good in 3.27. I might make a different build at that point. But, yeah, there's some interesting stuff, but I mean, I'm going to play Cyclone for sure on League Start. The Kinetic Rain does look fun, though. Really nice for mapping.
How's the trade?
Got my eye on you.
Any thoughts on Val Cyclone as an option? Might be good with the new breach mechanic. Maybe. The thing I don't like about Val Cyclone is it sticks you in place when you use it, so you can't move out of something dangerous. So if you use it and then something dangerous happens, you're kind of like screwed. Yeah, I'm not really sure. I want to see all the bloodline information before I swap anything. I think my plan right now is to play my build as it stands, and then I might drop at least 2 Slayer points for one of the new ascendancies once we have all the information. I might play around with Val Cyclone a little bit too. Because it could be good with the new breach mechanic, but yeah, we'll have to see.
I can't do this just yet.
Cha-ching, cha-ching.
Val Cyclone could be pretty good the first couple days with the new breach mechanic, because I'm thinking about also going expedition, staying on the right side of the tree, and so having the ability to suck everything up could be fun, like when you pop a big expedition.
This is the useless piece of shit.
We're gonna fix that point back to head out. Not getting flash charges is pretty unfortunate. Let's do
That's it
Jump Cutter's Prism! Jump Cutter's Prism! Cha-ching.
Rip ring.
Betrayal. Just a useless piece of shit.
Gold Cassia. Be a little rough actually. Could be a little rough. See how this goes.
Do not let them reach the purification pump.
They can't do this just yet.
Betrayal. Cha-ching. Cha-ching. A very valuable
Ooh,
item.
blighted map. We're gonna be boot hunting. The plan is when I unlock my second Atlas tree, we're gonna start doing some boot hunting. I'll probably try to get my first 2 void stones first, and then after that, we'll do some blight. Be doing some blight farming. So definitely tomorrow, I plan to do a lot of blight stuff. Today is mostly like just progressing the Atlas, and you know, I just got my 4th lab done and things like that. Some booty hunting, yeah, yeah. Thanks for the follow, Jack. Much appreciated.
This way, exile.
Do we die here? Probably die here.
Cha-ching. Cha-ching. Cha-ching.
The goat guys.
Cha-ching.
Goat men.
Cha-ching.
I get 2 more whetstones. Take it. Really torn right up right now. Always played RF. Want to try like Shocklone. That's I've never heard it called Shocklone before. That's a good one. Hate having to bounce resistance off chief though. Yeah, it's you know, gonna be less tanky, a little bit harder to gear than RF chieftain. But I mean like You just gotta play what you feel like you want to do, you know?
Determination card. Cha-cha-ching. Cha-ching.
Yeah, RF's a pretty solid, obviously reliable league starter. But I know I've been talking about this with people. I feel like RF is far tankier with lower investment, and I feel like this build scales a lot higher with the damage with early investment. And they both kind of have the same problem in the late end game with single target. But I feel like Cyclone Shockwave with General's Cry is going to be doing far more damage than RF. That second Atlas tree, but we're gonna keep pushing on Atlas progression for a little bit, I think. Yeah, you gotta do like that pseudo 6 link for what? Fire trap? Crafting is kind of cursed. Yeah.
The job
Have any Kirak missions to do? I got one. Ooh, players can't regen mana. Fuck that. I guess we could knock out Bramble Valley. I hate that map so much. I'd rather do Desert Spring. The thing about the Delirium mobs is they don't leave corpses, so your General's Cry doesn't spawn on just them. Other mobs you kill nearby them, yeah.
That's a blast. Hi, Tina.
It's our first red map right there. Let's go. First red map.
Divination card. Cha-ching. Supposed to use this piece of shit. It's my large cluster jewel. Cha-ching. With you now.
a worthy opponent.
Thank you, dude. Thank you, dude.
Orb of Alteration.
I'm here. A little bit on the low side. Pleasure doing business with you.
What's up, Gala? The buffs are that we got 20% more damage to all gem levels of every Cyclone gem. So that's pretty huge. Pretty huge buff.
You're pushing a bit far. Okay. Okay.
You see anything about Theorycrafting with Spectres for free auras? I haven't looked into that, John. I've not looked into any of that. What is my physical damage reduction right now with Flask sub? 90%, nice. Small hits, pretty good. Gotta stack even more armor. About to get an extra endurance charge here in a second. Need a lightning damage, that doesn't really matter. Damage cannot leech from monsters, yuck. Definitely don't want that. Hit that chest without hitting this thing. Fury, yes. Let's see if this works. On my YouTube channel, Gala, there's a video from 3.25 called Loot Filter. It has a Google Drive link that has all the sound files and my 3.26 loop filters in there for you to grab.
Orb of Alchemy.
Yeah, no problem.
Baby. It's fucking hot. Cha-ching.
This way, exile. You need not
Cha-ching. 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 Cha-ching, cha-ching. Cha-ching. Or the balcony. Listen. Cha-ching. Cha-ching.
I can't do this this way.
Cha-ching. What's the useless piece of shit? What's the useless piece of shit?
There's our champ belt right there.
What's the useless piece of shit? Cha-ching. Aw, that's just a 5 lead.
Moment of truth. 500 PDPS on Veil. Rip. Rip, rip, rip.
What's wrong, huh? Cha-ching. Listen. Cha-ching. Listen, useless piece of shit.
It's my lucky day.
Alright, I guess we just end it.
Give the order.
No flash charges when it's lying, so a little
With an ancient card.
rough.
Cha-ching. That's the useless piece of shit.
I believe you spread the light.
Aw, it's just a 5 lead. It's just a useless piece of shit.
What do you think of using GC for single target since clear is already good with Cyclone Shockwave, like double strike? I don't know what you mean. I'm already using GC for single target. It helps us out with like General's Cry is worth running at all times because when you're mapping and you come across tanky rares or tanky things, that just extra passive damage around you is just good to have. You just always want to be running General's Cry. And it's even better when you're mapping because you're not like actually having to drop Desecrate to spawn them. They just spawn around you and just do extra damage. Oh, double strike instead of ground slam or sunder? I don't know, I haven't thought about it. It'd be interesting to test out. The ground slam is super nice when you start running it, like the alt gem. It's very big AoE clear. Goes significantly, well not significantly, but outside your bubble. It's probably good for single target damage, yeah. Probably be worth it if you're like bossing. Swap the gems out. But for like mapping, I think I would still keep something that has good clear, like AoE clear. But maybe even like T17s and like Uber Pinnacle bosses. Swap something out for just better single target damage. Okay. Bit cracking. Yeah, I'd be curious to test it out. Main issue there is a green versus red, and I'm not seeing many good green clear skills to swap. Yeah. I mean, just, you know what the 5-head strategy is, right? Just have 2 100 divine crafted staffs, and then just swap them out depending on whether you're mapping or doing bosses. Easy, right? I mean, eventually you'll have the currency, just craft 2 weapons. I think white sockets are still possible from Betrayal. Not sure what the changes recently. That's a more sensible approach than crafting another 100 divine plus weapon. Yep, like I've told people, you can do pretty much everything in the game, depending on how much you want to invest in the build. But it's a fantastic league starter. It'll get you through your Atlas and your Void Stones, your T16s, and then after that, the sky's the limit, depending on how much money you want to sink into it. Yeah, was showcasing it earlier today, but you know, my character in 3.26 has got quite a bit of investment in it. It's definitely from people that have watched the stream and followed the build. They've done far crazier crafting than I did on my build, and I can do pretty much everything on that character right now. So I know people that sunk way more currency. It's made like a ridiculous, super high-end version of it, like mirror tier. Yeah, like one of the things I started crafting and I just kind of gave up on it because I was buying all the I was buying out all the helms on trade. But essentially, you buy like the Blight helm, which is an Ezomite, and then you double anoint it, and then you corrupt it, hoping that you brick it into a rare, and then you mythic orbit, hoping that you then elevate it back into an Abyssus, but an Abyssus that has 2 anointments on it, like 2 actual anointments on it. But you have like a 1 in 4 chance, I think, of it bricking into a rare, and then you have another 1 in 4 chance or 1 in 8 chance or something of the mythic orb turning it into an Abyssus with the annoyance. So like, you gotta buy the bases. The bases aren't incredibly cheap. They're not that expensive. Then you gotta anoint them. Then you gotta brick them, run the mythic orb. So, but there was only so many helms on the market, and I bought them all out, like trying to do it. You know, so that's why I'm hoping supply will be better in 3.27 with the async trade. Oh, it's gonna be, async's gonna be ridiculously good. It's gonna be so good. Keep making this game better and we were all just getting more addicted to it. Bro, I've been addicted to this game for like I've been playing this game for on and off for 10 years, but I've been like super into it for the last like 5 years. You see. 5, 6 years. Whenever there's a new PoE league, I drop whatever other game I'm playing. I don't care how invested I am in another game. I drop it immediately.
Again, local.
Flappy Bird. Same, I play this in Classic WoW, installed all Blizzard shit, so now just a GGG guy. Yeah, I still play World of Warcraft. I do like retail, and I'm highly considering playing EBC when they redo it in a couple months, because that's the only expansion I've ever played. So I'm a little tempted to go play some TBC. I think when the pre-patch comes out, I'm gonna level up a shaman, like a resto shaman. Find a guild. There's a guild I found. They seem pretty chill, and I think they're gonna want a resto shaman. So. They are Alliance right now, so I think they're going to be looking for a few shamans once the pre-patch hits. Damn. It's like nothing here. I was strictly a heals guy myself, not sure how it will all work out with them banning add-ons and shit now. Well, they're supposed to be like adding a bunch of built-in support for that kind of stuff. How good it'll be compared to the add-ons, I'm kind of skeptical. It'll be kind of hard to replace weak ores, and if they continue to design content the way they do, a lot of players are going to struggle once they don't have weak ores. Do retaliate skills work with GC if you block, or would the block have to be from the clones? I think it had to be from the clones niche. I don't know if that'll work with the clones. Alright, do we YOLO some staffs? I'm gonna do one more round of staffs and then I'll start pumping money into my town or something.
Not bad. Not bad at all. Could do worse, Exile.
26% attack speed is kind of disgusting, actually. Problem is I have such a good flat fizz roll here that even with like added flat, I don't think it's gonna be the same. But we can try it real quick. At 22. Oh, do I not have an open prefix? It's dead on arrival. The only thing I could hope for, I don't have an annul yet, do I? I could YOLO an annul if I had one, but it's not what I'm looking for.
I would consider that a win.
Was it meant to be? Just kind of looking for a 5-link game. If you could give me a 5-link, that would be pretty cool. Never lucky. Excuse me. So I guess we'll start. Do this park map. Pretty soon I'm gonna start trying to push void stones. Trying to get a little bit more completion done on the Atlas. We're about halfway done with the Atlas.
I can't do this just yet.
This way, exile.
Pretty damn tanky for basic gears. Yeah, it's not bad, considering this is day 2 of an SSF character. That's what I've been telling people is like, now if you want Cyclone, this is going to be probably the tankiest version of it that you'll play, that you'll find from anyone offering a build. This is in a completely restricted environment with no trade or anything to ball the character. Still under a cap. I'm still undercapped on one of my LA resistances, and I'm like negative in chaos still.
It's my lucky day.
Alright, immune to physical damage, we want to avoid that. I don't like the life regen mod either. So I think we'll probably, I guess it's kind of, gotta kind of play this way. We're gonna hit the life regen, so whatever.
Not today.
I haven't really looked at Chaco's build for Cyclone. What's their take on Cyclone? They do like an Ellie build or something? SSF seems like a great way to play the game. Never tried it. SSF is fun because it makes you interact with a lot more league mechanics, because like if you want to craft in this game, you have to, you know, either buy everything on trade, but in SSF you have to kind of like farm everything, and then because you don't buy gear as much, right, with just currency, you have to actually craft stuff, so then you got to learn how to use the different league mechanics and how they work together to craft items. So when you do stuff, it feels more rewarding because it's all you and you're playing more aspects of the game than you ever would on trade. It's a way more of a slower progression, you know, way slower, depending on the build you're playing, but it can be very satisfying as you go from like nothing to everything. Dancing Dervish, some special jewel and gladiator, hollow palm. Ah, okay, gotcha. I haven't really looked at his stuff. Sounds good though. Sounds probably very tanky if he's playing gladiator. What type of investment will this build to do T17 and Uber Pinnacle bosses? So the first thing you want to do if you want to be able to get into T17s and have good damage is you want to have a really good crafted weapon. A really good crafted weapon on this build, like crafting a good physical staff, is probably going to cost you anywhere from 60 to 100 divine depending on your RNG. So the first thing is having the damage, right? So that's your weapon. Then if you want to be able to survive more comfortably doing that content, you're going to want to pick up a Progenesis, because we run high block and spell block, but when you get hit, you know, obviously when you don't block, you're going to get hit hard. So Progenesis helps with staggering out that damage. It's like hella deck stacking with him. Really not familiar with how to do it. I think I'll stick with yours. It sounds expensive. Like his build sounds good, but it sounds expensive. Anything that stat stacks and relies on a lot of uniques to kind of come together usually is pretty expensive. But it sounds fun. Hollow Palm is a fun concept, just hitting stuff with your hands. I think we'll finish up these yellow maps here. Yeah, I think now I'm just going to put gold into, I'm going to start building up King's March. I want to get ships going in the near future, so we'll start prioritizing our gold towards the town, I think. My weapon, I think, I think now I'm going to have to harvest craft to get a better weapon in terms of stats, so Boss has helped us out, but I'm not going to keep gambling endless gold at him. I'd rather put that into ships at this point. Yeah, no problem. I like to tell people my build is designed to be a fantastic league starter, you know, so Void Stones, Atlas Progression, regular bosses, all that stuff is super easy. You can do it all in SSF like I'm doing now, very quickly. But then after that, if you want to get into like Juice T17s, like trivializing Uber bosses and stuff like that, you're going to have to sink currency. You can do it. I did it on live stream in 3.26. Go look at the vids, but you know, I spent a couple hundreds of divines, you know, Mage Blood for Genesis, a well-crafted weapon, decent chest. So it's possible, but it does cost some investment. For most players that don't farm up that kind of currency, or even still, they'll probably enjoy doing my build as a league starter and farming up a lot of currency, and then whatever the meta turns out to be, like in week 3 or 4 of the league, they'll probably want to roll a new character and build like a god character for whatever the meta is. It's probably what most people will do, unless they really enjoy the spin to win like I do and they just keep pumping the build. I've seen videos on Starcaller. It looks fun. Unfortunately, it's a very different build than what I do, so I can't really adapt it for this. Will I make more crafting videos? Yeah. As I craft stuff in the new league, I'll be making videos for it and posting them. That's in the near. That'll be coming down the pipeline. I don't want to take another life node, honestly. Alright. This is all fine.
Ready.
Be nice to get some flash charges. I don't know if I have one of those mods. Okay. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, as I do the big crafts, I'll do them live on stream, and then afterwards I'll do like a recap video with Craft Exile, like explaining, you know, what I did and whatnot. People to follow. This is tanky runic guy. Life regen. Yeah, it's rough. Double strike sounds like it could be pretty juicy for bossing, actually. Have you tried looking at... Oh, they can't use Val skills, right? So... regular double strike. Exsanguate does sound good. But I do like the one button playstyle of the Cyclone. Let's see, we'll do Grotto, Mesa, and Map. Can't regen life is terrible. That's fine. Fine. Oh, Soul Eater, my old friend.
Supposed to use this piece of shit. Cha-ching.
I can't do this just yet.
That's a flask. Cha-ching, cha-ching. Cha-ching. Cha-ching.
Culling Strike is nice. It's very, very nice. Culling Strike is fantastic.
Your flesh is ours! Waste away. Your flesh is ours! Toughen.
Use this piece of shit.
Is there any skill I could swap from Cyclone for faster bossing? I mean, it's a Cyclone build, so I don't know.
Local, need your aid.
I'm sure there's other stuff you could do.
You die rather well.
You know, I'm curious if there will be any other ascendancies worthwhile with the Bloodlines. Oh, I'm sure. That's why I want all the data, you know? Like, I need them to just, like, be like, here's all the Bloodlines. And then we can kind of, like, as a group, look at them and be like, this looks good. This looks interesting. This looks OP. Based on, you know, the skills we're using and whatnot. Until they release all the info, it's hard for me to be like, oh yeah, this is great.
Approach.
Or this is like, you know, what I'm definitely gonna do. Better way of saying it.
This way.
Cha-ching, cha-ching. 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 Cha-ching, cha-ching. 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 Cha-ching, cha-ching. 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 Cha-ching.
Okay, immune to fire damage doesn't mean anything.
For the cowgirl.
Thanks AT for the follow. Appreciate it.
Finally! Come on! Ready! For the cowgirl!
The Soul Eater is gonna be spicy. Might be unkillable. Chunking slowly but surely. First time watcher, I found your channel yesterday. 100% starting with your build. Hey, glad to hear it. Hope you have a good time. It is a lot of fun to play.
This way. Land exile, quickly.
Thanks Falco for the follow. And yeah, I mean it's I've done this for like a year and a half now. Been perfecting the build over the course of the last like over a year, and yeah, it's only gotten better and better with consistent buffs and updates, and it's a great way to start the league. Chaos damage there, it looks like. He curses, stacks poison. One time. Gem levels are usually pretty good in terms of damage, obviously. I'm not surprised. Spells, it's significantly more noticeable, but I mean, you gotta remember, you're seeing a huge increase on a gem level there because of the quality of the gear the character's wearing, right? So it's magnifying how good that one level is. And your primary skill, right, not your support gems, is always going to be like the most damage, because obviously it's the skill, you know. Everything else is just a multiplier against it. Okay, I think we're at a point where we can start pushing. I really wanted to have a 5-link right now, which just didn't happen. So we'll give a shot at pushing Void Stones. See how it goes. Damage cannot reach. Ooh, got frozen there. Crix, if you do POB instead of build, you'll get the POB. Yeah, no problem. It's actually, I might have hit a dangerous mod here, so we'll see how this goes. I think I got frozen because I just didn't have Flask up for freeze immunity. Yes. It's the, there's something in there doing some chaos damage, or poison stacks, so getting ripped by the chaos damage.
I had thought you a believer.
What's this piece of shit?
Chaos resistance, the one thing that eluding me.
It's fucking hot. Cha-ching. Cha-ching. Hi, Tina. Cha-ching. 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 The balcony.
I'm interested in looking at the double strike
Cha-ching.
and other things for purely single target. Like if you're gonna go run an Uber boss or something.
Cha-ching. Cha-ching.
Alright. Yeah, but you'll have multiple clones attacking. Alright, let's do a little bit of see how many harvest rolls we can get off on this real quick. Okay. We didn't get the biz roll, so hybrid I should say. Hello. This is promising. Hey guys, it's just that easy. Alright, let's go ahead and pump you. Noticeable upgrade, plus it's a 5-link. So let's actually think about our colors here. We got 27 gems. Yeah, easy, right? And I still have some whetstones I can throw at this thing. Take it. This is perfect for going into doing void stones. Yeah. Alright, so I want ideally 5 red or a blue and a red, so I should just be able to chrome this to get something. There we go. That's easy. General's Cry here with our gem set up. Good. And then I guess we'll run Brutality on here. Our next supports. Yeah. Yeah, it's gonna break 600. It's gonna be dope. I'll probably use this weapon for the rest of this character, unless I craft something better in the next several days, which I could. The next goal would be to try to 5-link this chest for like a Cyclone setup. That would be the dream. I don't think it's gonna happen. Need some more fusings, but we should be able to easily 5-link this, and we'll have our 2 5-links going. But this should be fine for right now. Unethical weapon, yeah. You just have to believe. Don't you guys believe? Not believing hard enough. Alright, so let's look at our gem situation. We are down a socket. We don't want to lose Desecrate. Or Frostblank. I have to decide, like, heart of the cards, yeah. Oh, I have a socket right here. We're fine. So I need 1 green and a blue on this chest. Easy. Easy, easy. It's just that easy, guys. That easy.
Greetings. For freedom.
Ahoy there!
My name is.
What am I doing? I want to talk to this dude. Oh, 596. It's pretty good though. It's pretty good. Used up all my luck, right? I don't know if you guys were there on, I think it was day 2 of 3.26 when I dropped a Hinakora's lock. And it made like, I think it was like 14 or 16 divine on day 2. Yeah, this ain't bad. And it has, so the lightning damage and ignite is garbage, but it has like accuracy on it, which is kind of nice. Yeah, it's pretty good. Good weapon. Pretty good for where I'm at right now. Alright, I'm gonna go grab a snack and a drink. I need to eat something. Tooltip for what? Cyclone? But yeah, I'm gonna go grab something to eat and drink. I'm probably gonna be AFK for 5 or 10 minutes, and then my goal when I come back is we're gonna start pushing for void stones. So I have a decent atlas built up now. I have some higher level maps here, so we should be able hopefully to push into getting our void stones. But I need to take a break for 5 or 10 minutes, so I'll be back. Alright. Time to do some Voidstone stuff. Made some coffee. So it should be 9+, right? Okay. Park sounds like a fun map to do. Let's see how the new weapon feels. Should feel pretty good, especially with a 5-link GC. Gotta get that chest going with a 5-link. And I know something I want to do as soon as I get done with this map. On the PUB, what is causing the travel nodes to change to block chance? Those are tattoos. So they introduced something in a league that you were probably gone. They're called tattoos, and when you can right click and use them on passive points on the tree that are stats like dex or strength on the the small passives. And they change it into something like, +1 to max fire resistance or shit like that. So I scale the block chance to scale it all out. Yeah, you can do like, extra chaos resistance, things like that. You get them from sending ships in with the town mechanic, which I'll go over later. Hey, what level can you access the Cyclone build? I start with Cyclone right in Act 3. I recommend swapping to Cyclone in Act 3 with General's Cry, and then you just play it all the way through. One of the nice things about the build is it's a build that is something that you play very early on in the campaign, and you just keep playing it until you're done with the character. Yeah, if you look at my POB, I have extensive loadout trees for the leveling process that tells you like what gems to use at what level ranges and what to swap to and all that kind of stuff.
Refusing.
I can't do this just yet.
Yeah, people really enjoyed the build last league. I'm glad it was well received, obviously. I'm more glad that people actually had a lot of fun playing it, so. You know what, Niche? I'm kind of like tempted to swap to Double Strike and see what that feels like during this campaign run, or during this like SSF run. Yeah, the only thing I'm worried about is that like the clear, which I like on mapping, is going to be terrible. But I'm curious, like since I'm about to do void stones and stuff, I'm curious what the bossing will feel like. The only problem is I'll have to level up a double strike, which I could do while I'm progressing these maps. But I'm pretty sure my Sunder right now is close to level 20, so it's going to be probably the best thing to use on a boss at the moment. Yeah, it's like level 19, so. Yeah, I'm about to, once I get done with this map, I'm going to put a bunch of support gems and off weapons, but I was thinking I'd put a double strike in there and then just level it up for a bit. Better than having those links written in the About Me section. Ah, gotcha. Yeah, I'll take a look at my Twitch profile. I'm not a pro streamer, so I don't do things the most efficiently. That's fine. That's fine, because right now I'm actually using Brutality with Sunder, because Brutality is going to provide more damage even with Sunder than Pulverize. But eventually I run a Pulverize just because, you know, I like the clear with Sunder, or Ground Slam I should say. I'd have to recolor the weapon, but honestly, that could be kind of rough. But we'll see how many chromes I have. But I'll start leveling one now just for science, you know. Yeah, I think I'm gonna get a couple. Probably do like 5 brutalities. But what am I using on my Cyclone right now? Yeah, rather buff my GC first. So we'll buy 5 of these, and then we'll get a double strike. Not mean to do that. Let's grab that brutality back. Now I gotta go get some weapons from town real quick. The spin seems quite slow, similar to running as RF or so. How does it perform in such content as Breach where... it seems to be fine in Breach. Also, this is an SSF character using Cyclone. Eventually, in trade, you'd use Cyclone of Tumult, which has a faster movement speed than this current character, although it's definitely not the fastest you could be in the game. A lot of people actually don't like the speed with Tumult, but we'd be moving quicker than this in trade because we'd have the Stampede Cyclone of Tumult, which caps us at like around 50% movement speed. So it's, you don't get the penalty, like when I use Cyclone it slows me down than when I'm running. You get a consistent move, so I'm not worried about it on trade when I play like the real character. But even still, like doing Breach right now, this feels fine. Because I'm not too, what I think what a lot of people are forgetting is, we'll have to find out when we play it, but like when you kill enough mobs in the Breach, it's going to stabilize and not collapse. And I'm pretty sure I'll have no trouble doing that. So it's not like you're going to have a timed window where you have to kill stuff and then that's it, it collapses. Like the breaches are designed in Breach 2.0 to stop collapsing once you kill enough stuff. And I'm very confident that I'll kill enough stuff because in Breach, as you're moving around, everything starts running at you. So I think it's going to be fine. Alright. Oh yeah, I gotta think about mana real quick. I might put mana on the boots over life, although I don't think I'm gonna gain enough to make up for what I need here, unfortunately. Yeah, it's gonna put us close. So in this case, might have to re-level precision to compensate. Which is fine. Just gonna re-level precision. Okay, yeah, there are just such noob fears looking at builds, like I'm too slow for the mechanics of my build. And also outbuild the Cyclone of Tumult Speed was one of the last things I did, moving faster than with the beats. Yeah. I think like we'll find out next week, right? Like whether it's a concern or not, but I feel like once you're Cyclone of Tumult with Stampede, your movement speed is gonna be more than fine for doing the breach mechanic.
I can't do this just yet.
Yeah, I should put on my Shockwave MTX so people can actually see what it's doing. I don't think people appreciate how much Shockwave actually does till like you kind of see its effect. Let's do that real quick. So every time you see a white explosion coming from me, that's our Shockwave blowing everything up. So this is the damage that you actually don't see Shockwave doing because it doesn't have like a visual usually, but I put the MTX on it. You can actually see Shockwave's range.
Orbit reroute! This way, Exile. Cha-ching! Hitting! Cha-ching! Cha-ching! What's a blast?
Soul Eater.
Cha-ching! 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 Cha-ching!
You know what this actually means? If I'm using the MTX or Shockwave, we're gonna have to actually go Sharknado, baby. We gotta go Sharknado.
Cha-ching!
Go ahead and do that right now, actually. Gotta get all the... I think the Celestial is still your favorite. Celestial is not bad, don't get me wrong. But I mean, you know, it's a shark. So adorable. General's Cry. Yeah, Wolf Howl. Turn off our Blood and Sand. Can hide Blood and Sand. Can I hide Flesh and Stone? Can. Okay. Also turn off Pride. Then we got to get our pets out. Nah, I don't want bubble. Alright. Oh, I gotta fix my leap slam too. Let's see. Slam. Probably use dark. Alright. Go.
A worthy opponent.
Graphical representation of disposable income. Pretty much. What's the border packs you buy for 3.27? I actually haven't bought the packs yet, but I typically buy both packs. I typically buy all the packs all the time. One of those guys in this game. I probably referred to as a whale. At this point, sometimes I take this fortification right here. If I get it on the chest. I actually might see if I can roll anything back in town or the hideout. Or I put more points on the tree. Maybe I hit the mod on the chest and I don't have to worry about fortify anymore. Be nice. Yeah, I love this game. Save. Alright, let's see. What currency do I have? Not much. Can I get lucky on the chest? Nope. Never lucky. What about 5% chance to block spell damage? It is very good. We'll take that. Take that. And let's see. Gloves. Can I get the global accuracy rating is not bad. About a helm. Yeah. Yeah, the real question is, let me put my POB. I'm kind of like torn about where I want to go now on the tree. Yeah, I feel like I go for the impale nodes at this point, honestly. I start going for those. T11 map. We're gonna do our first T11. I'm gonna try to corrupt this and hopefully it doesn't brick. Ooh, baby. That should be fine though. Ish. Hey, just got here. Any ideas on what you want to target farm early on for money? I was going to do Blight and Ritual, but a lot of people were trying to sell me on Betrayal, and Betrayal sounds pretty juicy actually. So I might be doing some Betrayal stuff on League launch to make money. Like run safe houses and maybe sell Katarinas. Be a vibe. Because that's all on the right side of the tree, I might also do like expedition the first couple days for rock crafting and stuff like that. We'll see. Stupid beast.
Angry. Take. Defend.
When you do ritual, it's always been my favorite. Imitation should be big money with the ring power. I mean, that's kind of like... I really was leaning towards Blight Ritual as my league start farm strategy, and I kind of still am. Only because, like, Blight is so chill to do, and Ritual is just, like, perfect for Cyclone, you know? So, I might try Betrayal out on a third Atlas or something, but I'm still kind of really leaning towards Blight and Ritual. I just really enjoy both of those. Yeah. Well, my first tree is always usually Expedition, Harvest. And then my second tree is where I do like my farm strategy, which is where I was planning to do like Blight and Ritual. So we'll see. Thanks, Barthol, for the follow. The Spectre tech ends up being legit. I gotta look into that still. I know you mentioned that earlier, but I have no idea the theory is on that.
So then this
But Betrayal to level fast? Yeah. Safe houses are a ton of XP, for sure.
Maven, the challenge begins. Your champion will fall. Simulacrum. Astral Avalanche. Deep space. Solar Storm. How unexpected.
What I understood anyway. What was Grifficius's benefit when you were doing Betrayal? Oh, full decks of div cards. That's OP. Holy moly. Yeah. What did they nerf him to now? He just doesn't do that anymore at all or something.
Or the balcony.
I most like expect the GG approach is like they just removed him from the game. Is typically they nuke it out of existence, you know? Wow, thanks for the sub, one up. I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. It's huge. Just worse than before, nothing concrete. I think we're good on precision for now. Have you played the build before one up, or are you just kind of checking it out? I think right now I have mine at 5. Although that was when I had like 3,500 HP. I have like 1,000 more, so I might bump it up to like 7. I typically keep it pretty low, but I think I have it like 5 right now, and it feels okay-ish. Yeah, I'm at 5. Cast when damage taken 3. But I might bump that up to like 5, 7. Feels pretty good right now, though. Periodically engages. Yes, he does. Also periodically freezes me. What's up, Andromeda? Going? Please talk about why Stampede is better than Tailwind Boots. So Cyclone of Tumult does more damage and has better AoE. So it's technically a better gem than Cyclone. But if you want to go like fast, you can do like Tailwind Boots, run regular Cyclone. Once you get like fully invested, the damage difference between like Tumult and Cyclone isn't like terrible. It's just like a thing, but like I'm doing great, Ethan. Doing great. But like if I was to pull up my POB real quick, I can show this to you. So if we go to like say even the 95 crit version of the build, you know, we're using what's up Ninja? We're using regular or Cyclone of Tumult, right? So say I was to swap this out for just regular Cyclone. We lose about like 3 million damage. It's not like crazy. It's perfectly fine, and you could totally run Cyclone with you know, Tailwind boots. You just lose, you know, you lose some damage, and you also lose AoE. And then when you go like even further to, you know, a heavily invested version of the build, we look at Cyclone again. You know, so 67 mil, drop the Cyclone of Tumult, 54. So you lose like 13 million damage. You lose like, you know, 20%, something like that. So it's a noticeable drop in damage, and it's a noticeable drop in AoE. But I mean, with 50 million damage, you're, you know, and this is like POB DPS, so account for uptime on a boss. This is probably more like 30 million damage. You know, it's fine. Like, you're going to be able to kill everything with that kind of damage. So if you prefer, you know, Tailwind boots and going faster and running regular Cyclone, there's nothing wrong with it. I personally, I really enjoy the AoE that Tumult has, and I like the extra damage. So I just don't mind it. But, you know, sound a lot like 787 Prada from PoE2. Are you the same person? I am not. I'm not a PoE2 streamer. I play with PoE2, I engage with it. I am actually not as negative about it as other people, but I am not a PoE2 Andy. I think it needs time to cook. I only stream this game. I mean, there's a video out yet, and everyone still waits on more info as GG spreads those over the next few days. Gonna be tweaking the build for 3.27 from Jinja. I am tempted to look at like Bloodline Ascendancies, but until we have all the info, I don't want to mislead people. So I'm giving people my build as it was in 3.26. The build was very good. It's only going to be better now with the buffs. So I don't want to tell people, oh, do this, when I haven't tried it myself and I don't know whether it's good or not. So I'll test stuff on stream next week, and I'll update the POB then and push out that info, especially through my Discord. But I don't want to sell people a week in advance and be like, oh, do all this other shit, you know, without having tested it, without actually seeing what it feels like when you play it in the game and stuff. So I don't want to mislead, especially newer players that, you know, haven't played the game a lot and aren't going to be able to weigh those decisions as well as some other people. I kind of look at my build as, I want my build to be as accessible as possible, especially to newer players, and I don't want to mislead anybody. So more experienced players can deviate from the build and feel free to do whatever with it if they're comfortable, but I don't want to tell people one thing and it's something else. No flasks. No flask gain. If I get frozen here, this could be bad. Oh no, okay, I'm getting flasks. That's the only scary thing about Expedition right now, is I don't actually have freeze immunity, so if I don't have flasks and they freeze me, it can be pretty rough. Did I just get a 6-link chest? Is that what I'm seeing right now? Oh, leveling, yeah, basically I level with Sunder to Act 3, and then I swap to General's Cry and my Cyclone setup. Can you put on the currency MTX? I want to see what it looks like with Shockwave MTX. I can, yeah. Sorry, I'm trying to survive this, like, I think he's a Soul Eater. No, he's just an insanely giga pumped rare. All my RNG is gone from the league start? Probably. It's... The problem is it's corrupted. I can't use this, yeah. I mean, I could, but I'm giving up like 2,500 armor, and I'd rather 5-link this and have my armor. The damage is going to be more than enough for what I need over the next few days until I can get a better 6-link. But I'll keep it in the stash, you never know. Worst case scenario, I get some fusings from it. Let's see. Alright. Let me see. Currency MTX. Are you talking about... Where is it? This right here? Currency chart? I think you're talking about this, right? Did my charges show up as currency? I don't know how it'll look with the Apollyon. The currency... Oh, the currency Cyclone. Gotcha. Yeah, we can do currency Cyclone. Grab this map real quick. So let's see. Yeah, so this is what currency looks like. And then if you look closely at my character, I've got like little orbs of currency flowing around me. And then it kind of has some gold speckled in there. So there's the currency MTX for Cyclone, it looks like that. That's pretty clean actually, but not my favorite. I think Illusionist is probably one of the better ones. I think Illusionist is really clean. Celestial might be one of the best. I'll show you Celestial. You've got Ghost Flame. Ghost Flame's not bad. Kinda has like a chaotic vibe to it, you know? But I've been using the shark one because I like the little sharks that flow around me. And I find that I feel like you have to either go Illusionist or Sharknado to make the Shockwave MTX look good. I guess we'll put this 6-link here and we'll wonder why I couldn't have gotten a better base. Shark is the god MTX. It's pretty good, not gonna lie. I might spam chests now from Fossis actually before we're putting money in town, because maybe I get like a 5-link from him. Never know. Oh. 190 life and 7 additional physical damage reduction? What is that chest? It's kind of disgusting. 190 life. And it has cold and lightning resist. What's that like with some armor scraps? It's gonna be a little bit less than this, but that's pretty good. I mean, pretty good. Pretty good. What else did I get? Nothing even comparable. And I hit a blue-green on it, though. That's the question. Hey, easy. 1 chrome. 4,500 life is a pretty good place to be right now. Alright. Well. Not bad. It's my weakest gear right now. I guess my boots are still pretty weak because I have no like life roll on them. Could spam some boots real quick.
Could do worse, exile.
Spell suppress. Don't really want to give up the 30% movement speed though. It's kind of too good. All right. Interesting. Do you have any maps from? Let's do arcade. Well, now I just got to get into some blight farming after we get our void stones, cause our first 2 void stones, I should say. I need some bubblegum currency so that I can 5-link that chest.
I can't do this just yet.
Yeah, General's Cry is basically free damage. That's why we run another link setup in our build. It's basically like half, like, you look at the POB, it's like essentially doubling our damage running the setup. It's pretty good. How's the build in Trade League? Pretty good. It's a lot better than what you're seeing right now. Thank you for the follow, Pupper. Much appreciated. Devotos. Hold on one second. Hold on one second. Increase damage, attack speed. And movement speed. I might actually rock this for a little bit. I lose like a considerable amount of HP, but that's pretty huge. Devoto without the downside. I mean, what's the downside to this thing? 51 dex. Free up this point right here. I feel like at this point, I am failing because I'm not going into Iron Reflexes. I've got Oh, it's 10% reduced. I thought that was increased. I kind of want to POB that out. How impactful is that actually? Let's see. How bad actually is that? I feel like it's not that much of a DPS loss. I mean, the right answer is the POB the character, right? So we're gonna go ahead and do that because I am that kind of a nerd. So let's take a look at my character. Let's go ahead and import. What are the best Atlas mechanics for Cyclone? Blight is good, Ritual is good, Expedition's good, Breach was good. A lot of things are good. I think Legion's probably the worst because we don't have screen wide clear, so I wouldn't recommend that. Here's the Flame, SSF. Navi, nope, won't want us. Navi spins science. This is us. Alright. So this is currently our character that we're playing. You can see basically if we look at my damage real quick, we're sitting at under 1 million damage. Crazy. Sitting at 1 million damage. If we swap this over to a Guardian Pinnacle boss, it's like, yeah, roughly the same. So let's sim at Devotos real quick and see how negative an impact this is going to be. I actually gained damage. I actually gained 20k damage using Devotos because of the attack speed. Okay. Let me actually uncheck everything in config. I'm not going to give myself any buffs here. Alright. Get rid of banner. We're going to get rid of all this shit. We're going to turn pride off. Put it on initial. Do I still gain? Yeah, I still gain damage using the helm. Easy. Now the question is, on a strength dex, I should be able to hit 3 red and a green pretty reliably. You'd think. Yep, there it is. And then I gotta fuse this. This is the hard part right here. I don't have any fusings. I guess no, cast when damage taken, we'll try to use my leap slam, so I can't have them. They can't be together. There it is. And then, honestly, I think, what does my physical damage reduction look like right now? So I'm at 61%, but I think we can increase this a little bit by going Iron Reflexes. You have so much dexterity now. Actually crazy. Respec out of this. I don't have any gold. But I do have regrets. And then take this point here. We gotta farm up some gold, but I think I'm gonna take 3 points into Iron Reflexes. I'm gonna convert all the evasion on these 3 pieces over to armor. And that should buff up our physical damage reduction for now. Alright. Making progress. Let's go back and start working on other Voidstone. I need more maps. How is mana solved? We solve mana by taking some points on the passive tree. So specifically, this cluster right here, the Spirit of War cluster, with increased mana reservation. We also take this cluster right here, Cannibalistic Rite, with reduced mana cost of skills. Do you recommend clusters late in game or no? I noticed you don't have them in your 3.26 POB. I just don't, I didn't find any real use with the clusters based on my particular setup. I do run a Megalomaniac specifically for Overlord. So we have our Fortify. Because we're using a double influence Crusader chest, we can't run Eldritch currency on it. So to solve Fortification without putting points in the tree or without using a gem, I use a Megalomaniac with Overlord on the tree. And that's really the only thing I want from cluster duels. Yeah, you really notice that that movement speed. In SSF, this will be pretty good because we're never gonna probably get Cyclone Tumult on this character. I'm never gonna see a Stampede Boots in the next like 4 or 5 days before we swap over to actual League. So I would probably run something like this until I eventually got a Stampede on SSF. If this was like the actual League, I'd probably run this helm for that movement speed. Yeah, that 10% reduced global damage is like whatever. That's nothing. Be crazy if that gets replaced with like a better mod though, with the new crafting mechanic, the tree. It actually puts something nutty on there. Zest. Yeah. Slam got me.
You have been judged.
I dropped a portal. I hate this boss. They are possessed, so that. Sure, let's go ahead and do a memory strand map and see what it feels like. Forgot you can run these shitty mods on here. See how this goes. The mobs are gonna be super tanky in this map, but whatever. Endurance charges and all this other shit. probably have a Coral Ruin map, and we could get some freeze immunity, actually. Might not be something bad to do after this. So check that box off.
I can't do this just yet.
Orb of scouring. Orb of scouring. Hi, Tina.
Am I gonna invest in Chaos Resistance? Yeah, it's rough on SSF. I need to I need to get like good bases that have an open suffix so I can craft on some, or I have to like get lucky and get bases with Chaos Resist on them. So it's a little rough on SSF. On trade, I'd 100% be going into it.
For the cowgirl.
Cha-ching. 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 Alchemy. Cha-ching.
Oh my gosh. Get a Voidborn.
Orb of scouring. Orb of scouring. Val orb. Chaos Court.
GG guys. GG. We'll go take a look at that. Mage Blood. Right? Is that what we're about to get?
Cha-ching.
One can dream.
Cha-ching. Influence. Cha-ching. Hi, Tina.
Man, I'm getting like... I tell you your luck for 3.27 is used. It's over, don't log in on Friday. Yeah. I don't know, man. I kinda just like look at it like you just gotta kill monsters, right? You kill monsters, you get good loot. I'm not counting that 6 link that I got because I can't actually use it on this build. I mean, I could, but it would be scuffed as fuck. So,
Cha-ching. Orb of fusing.
staff is pretty good. For where we are, like for where we are right now, the staff is really nice. Yes, I've used this build before to get league challenges done. Be hard in SSF. On trade, it's like whatever. This guy just gonna regen past any damage I can do. Oh, I might have buffed him to the point where I can't kill him. Oh no, he was just like... I don't know what was going on. He wasn't taking any damage. Alright. I'm gonna go run this, and we're gonna see what we get. Anybody have any predictions on what's gonna drop? A life sprig? It's moments like these. A rat's nest, yeah. Let's see if my luck truly is over after everything that's happened today. Oh, that's not good. I got a Venters, alright. The question is it a good Venters? It's not terrible. The resistances aren't good, but 13% increased mana res, increased rarity of items found. Positive life, positive cold. One of the rings of all time, yeah. Let's see if I have a Coral Ruins map, because I get my freeze immunity solved real quick. Pretty good. Let's go get some freeze immunity. Thoughts on using Storm Shroud? How do you solve immunities? I use Storm Shroud in my build 1-up. That's how we deal with elemental ailment immunity. What's up, Ace? Feel free. That's why I'm streaming. Thanks for the follow. Also, thanks, Bane, for the follow. I'm a filthy spend to win enjoyer. I'm likely only going to be able to do one character this league, so I figured this might be it. Well, it's a fantastic league starter, and you can do pretty much everything in the game, almost everything in the game, if you invest enough currency into it. So if you want one character to play, it's definitely doable. I did it in 3.26, and I have live streams of all kinds of content on the YouTube channel. I don't have it in the POB, which is a mistake. I need to fix that, but yes, ideally you'd want to use a Stygian belt with the extra jewel slot until you get like a Headhunter or Mage Blood, depending on what you want to do. I gotta fix that in the guide over the next couple days. how button heavy is this build? So basically you right click and that's it. When you get to a boss, you throw down 2 desecrates for your General's Cry, and then you right click and that's it. If you want to move, you have 2 options. You have Frostblink, which you can use with Cyclone, or you can Leap Slam. So technically 1, 2, 3, 4 buttons, but you're only ever using like 1 button with a movement skill. So 2, I guess. Pop 2 desecrates on a boss, your clone spawn. Yeah, auto cry. General's Cry with auto exertion. I still can't decide on which influences I would add to the belt. Any tips? I haven't really thought about it, honestly. Good question. Alright, we need P11 for Eater of Worlds. Pick my poison. Let's do Arcade, but let's do Corrupted. Ooh, baby. Okay, hold on. We can still leech. We have regen. Boss is going to be super annoying, but like possessed. Yeah, this is going to be rough, but we'll do it. Oh yeah, there is War Banner too. So when you boss, there's 2 desecrates. You drop your War Banner, and then you just spin. So kind of like 3 buttons when bossing. Desecrate, War Banner, spin. It's a lot of extra damage, so you do want to hit that button on a tough boss, like I'll probably be doing on this map. You can see for the majority of the map, I'm just cycloning. I just hold down 1 button. And then if I need to do a movement, I hit my Frostblink or something like that, and that's pretty much it. Get all that juice. But the whole Bloodlines things to go, is there going to be a real chance to even flex anything? I know that Cyclone Ascendings are pretty important. They are, but I was talking about this. I think that if... I personally enjoy the Cole from Slayer. So, however, unless you're bossing and if you're just purely mapping, it might be worth dropping these 2 points for one of the Ascendancies. If you're wanting the Cole, I would say probably drop Impact. You do lose some AoE, but there might be a better Ascendancy that makes up for that. So I think we have 2 points to lose. I definitely think you don't give up Brutal Fervor. Like, Leech is very iconic. Personally, I'm leaning towards keeping the Cole, the Leech, and maybe dropping Impact. That's kind of how I feel. I think I keep Headsman, and I keep Brutal Fervor. I keep these 6 points, and I give up Impact. We lose some AoE, but we could get that back on the tree. And there might be some crazy Ascendancy that just is super good for those 2 points. That's kind of where, that's like where it's at for me right now, but until like we get all the info and I can test stuff, I don't want to point anybody in the wrong direction. So I've been recommending my guide as it was in 3.26. I haven't been trying to speculate about Ascendancies or speculate about the new support gems. I'm telling people, look, this worked really good in 3.26. Maybe be even better in 3.27. And I'm going to test stuff on stream, and then I'll make recommendations after that. I don't want to mislead anybody. I especially, you know, newer players or people that still aren't very confident with the game or want to, you know, go out on a limb and make decisions. I don't want to like give them false information. So I like to test stuff myself, verify that it's good or bad, and then I incorporate it into my suggestions. But my gut instinct right now is that we could lose 2 points for a crazy Ascendancy thing. The only reason I don't like losing the AoE is, you know, it's a breach league, so having as much AoE as possible is nice. Ooh, got stomped there. Having as much AoE as nice as possible, but I think it's the one that you would give up. Just got my fallacy minus the less crit chance for the new mechanic that's letting you have Cole again. It's these lightning dudes here, I think. Messing me up. Just get the fallacy minus the less crit chance for the new mechanic. Yeah, I guess that's true. How expensive do you think that's going to be, though? But at that point, you're like min-maxing the build, so. I'm gonna kill boss before I do this expedition because there's some pretty rippy mods on this map, so I'm gonna attempt to kill the boss, and we'll see what happens here. Ooh, yeah. They hurt. They giga hurt. Oh, I'm definitely gonna go Tumult, and then yeah, I'm a Tumult enjoyer. You can go like regular Cyclone. I don't think there's anything wrong with it, but I like Tumult. I like the better. I think Tumult has better. Well, I know it has better AoE and better damage. You have to deal with the movement speed penalty, but I think I'm okay with that. I'm actually okay with the speed you get on Tumult. I must be dumb because I have a hard time understanding the difference between the two. Basically, Cyclone of Tumult does it when you use the Cyclone ability. It has stacks, and each stack gives you more AoE and damage. And at the maximum 5 stacks, you have a really wide AoE, and you do a lot of damage. 5 stacks on Cyclone of Tumult is more AoE and more damage than base Cyclone. What anoints do you do? Right now, when I have the oils, I'll do Enigmatic Defense on my amulet, and then I usually pick up like something like Serpentine Stance up here is really good. Serpent Stance. It's a fairly cheap anoint too. There's also another really good one down here. Not Dazzling Strikes. Forget. In my POB. Titanic Impacts is another good one. But I think I'm gonna go with Serpent Stance. If you need like more mana or something, you could go into something like Influence. I'm sorry, not Influence. You could go into like Charisma. But that's expensive. Kind of like the old Cyclone. Alright, boss is down. I'm gonna do this expedition, but it's probably gonna be very rippy, so we'll see how this goes. This map has quite a lot of scary mods on it. Right, decay out, cold damage doesn't matter. I'm gonna send it. We'll see what happens. Oh my gosh. I can feel the beefiness of the mobs. I don't do spell suppression on my build. My build is, we go the left side of the tree, and I scale into block. So I take Whirling Barrier, Steelwood Stance, we anoint Enigmatic Defense, and we go into Versatile Combatant. and then we use a Rumi's Flask, and with that you get 65% attack and spell block. And then in the high-end version, we get the Flame Flesh Jewels for the Gladiator Ascendancy, and you have almost 90% attack and spell block with the Lucky Block. And then to deal with big hits, to deal with really big hits later on when you're doing like T17s and stuff, when you miss on that 10% chance to block, you use a Progenesis to stagger the damage for 4 seconds. And then after that, you just stack armor and HP. Yeah, I don't do spell suppression on this build. Just do like 90% spell block. And then when we do take that big hit, that's where the Progenesis comes in later on in like the really hard content. That all being said, like if you stand like in a big boss's slam, even with like a Progenesis, you're still probably gonna die. That's where like you kind of have to be a bit mechanically skilled. Alright. Go ahead and go to boss guy right here. I think some of those new craftings we'll get should shore up some of the extra defenses. Yeah, so the graphs will be nice added power, plus, you know, there could be some crazy uniques with the downsides removed with the new mechanic. They'll probably be super expensive, but like an Abyssus Helm without the fizz damage taken on it. Stuff like that.
Foolish maiden, come to feed me her champion.
Yeah, pretty much. Oh, Carnage Heart with some crazy tech. Yeah, it could be pretty fun.
Not be denied. Slaughter. Trample. Trample. Obliterate.
And this guy would go under. Oh, Salute? Yeah, Salute's a good helm, or amulet. Plus, like, the uniques could also roll, like, new mods on them, too. So there's that.
Melt. The pain never ends.
Yeah, so I would use a Stygian, and then as soon as you can get a Headhunter or Mageblood, depending on what you want to do, you definitely want to swap off the Stygian. You can just use Jewel Sockets on the tree to satisfy Storm Shroud for the elemental ailment immunity. Yeah, Headhunter on this build's amazing, obviously, when you're mapping, and then a Mageblood's just all around OP. Yeah, I mean, it is pretty, you know, this build does want a lot of dex and intelligence. However, it's not too crazy. What I have in the POB is you can take these 2 nodes here. You can also take these 2 nodes here. And then once you start getting stuff on your gear, like stats on your amulet, stats on your rings, you can kind of spec out of this stuff. I mean, I'm doing an SSF right now, so... if the coil isn't too expensive, I would definitely probably use that over a Stygian and just put your jewels in your tree. Coil is pretty good damage. If you think Slayer is the best ascendancy, it doesn't really leave a whole lot of room for bloodline classes to go all 4. Yeah, so I was talking about this. I think there's 2 points you can give up on Slayer. I can see you keeping Headsman, because 20% coal, increased movement and attack speed is OP. Definitely at least the coal once you have Tumult. And I think you have to keep Leech. But I could see you giving up impact for it. Like if one of the new ascendancies is super crazy with this, synergizes with this build really well, I could see you giving up impact for it. That'd be the one that I would probably look at giving up. But I won't know until I see all the different ascendancies and I get to play around with stuff. Slayer does have like a pretty optimal kit for Cyclone, so it's one of those things where like some other classes and ascendancies have some kind of like not so amazing ascendancies or stuff that's kind of nice, but like you take it because it's what's offered, not because it's like, oh, I really want that, you know. Oh, you know what? I wanted to take Iron Reflexes for a bit more physical damage reduction. I feel like I need to squeeze out some more damage still, because we only have one 5-link, and if I can get a 5-link for my Cyclone, I'd feel a little bit better right now. Get Pulverize on there would be pretty dope, actually. Yeah, potentially. If we have enough good stats on our rings and stuff to satisfy stat requirements, that could be pretty cool. The extra ring slot. The Soul Eater, eating my soul. having to stand here and wait for him to die. Check something real quick. Still keep your benchcraft from negative mana, so it's not like you're giving up anything too crazy. Yeah, for sure. You also solve a lot of your mana issues once you craft the chest later on, so to be fair, a lot of that gets solved with the chest craft. Yeah, it's pretty good.
Can't do this just yet. You're alive.
It's the reason that we don't take the 0.5 melee strike range for 5 passive points on the bottom of the passive tree. Does AoE really not matter that much? Are you referring to this down here? Executioner? I'm taking it right now because I don't have the greatest AoE on base Cyclone, because above... Talking about this right here, melee area of effect. So this works really well because it's just flat increased area of effect and melee damage. I like to take this when I'm just running Cyclone. I believe this would work on Cyclone also, but this offers us no damage. It's just AoE. So you have 3 points for AoE and no damage versus 4 points here for AoE and damage. So if you're going to spend points early on and deviate from my build like I'm doing right now, I would rather take these. And the only reason I'm taking these is I'm using regular Cyclone right now, so its AoE isn't as good as what I'm used to. Tumult. Something tells me this is going to be pretty shitty.
Detonation time.
We definitely gonna die here, guys. Look at this ridiculousness. Actually kind of nutty. There we go. There was one, it was probably a rare that was buffing all of them. I forget that runic rare, but they did now. That is crazy expedition. Yeah. Yeah. There's like a mob that spawns an expedition that kind of gives them all like this like ridiculous shield. Until you kill that guy, they all just kind of stand there and don't die. But we tank enough for it, so it doesn't matter. I meant the attack mastery just to the right of the evasion armor mastery. The attack mastery just to the right. I'm still not sure what skill you're talking about or what passive, unless you give me a name. I'm just like brain dead and don't. Just above the keystone. So like right here? Ah, okay. I see what you mean now. I think this... I'd have to double check. I think melee strike range affects Cyclone too, but... Yeah, I mean if I go Iron Reflexes, I could see value in maybe picking that up. I'd have to check in POB and see if it calculates. I think melee strike range does affect, but typically it is related to strike skills, like right here. Usually on a strike skills cluster. Old River.
The job never ends.
Yeah, I feel like melee strike range affects Cyclone. Even though you typically see it on strike skill clusters. Like the one I pointed out to the left there. It's my boy Egon.
It is done.
Cha-ching, cha-ching. Chaos Lord.
Yeah, I feel like it does. Normally we wouldn't take that because it's too far to the right of the tree. But if I was to go like Iron Reflexes like I'm thinking about, then it's right there, so it might be worth it.
I can't do this just yet.
I feel like passive cluster looks good because in the mastery it also goes 0.3 strike range. Talking about the mastery for this. Yeah, potentially if I go this way. I tend to take Impale nodes right now. So my plan was to actually... Do you think I want that Iron Reflex? It could be good for... Yeah, this could be worth it on a per Cyclone setup. Starting to get close to 90 though, because like typically I'll take these impale nodes here, then I'll grab this impale nodes right down here. So this is like 4-point investment, but this is pretty big damage on the build. This puts us at 92, and then you're already like 93, 94, 95, 96, 97. I could spec out other stuff, but yeah. With enough crit, it's a significant amount of damage, right? So on my POB, granted, I don't have a lot of crit chance right now, so it might not be worth it. But when you have like basically really high crit, I'll show you real quick. So, you know, on my level 95 tree here, I have like essentially 99% crit. Impale is basically 4.6 mil damage. But that's because I have a lot of crit right now with, you know, all my flasks up and everything like that. On my current character that we're watching, I really don't have a lot of crit. I have like 43% chance. That's with the flask up right now. That isn't including, I don't have a crit roll on this. So it might not actually be worth running Impale right now. Simply because I just don't have the crit to scale it the way I need to. I need better gear. It might be worth actually reinvesting those points
Nothing is truly set in stone.
and going iron reflexes, and then maybe taking points into here, increased AoE range. I kind of do like this. I like the fact that this does scale damage. It's pretty decent. They're kind of mid. Like they're not amazing, because once again, like if I was to spec these real quick, it's not terrible, but it's probably better than using Impale right now, because I don't have the crit, you know? I don't have the crit. And now that I have iron reflexes, I have 7% more physical damage reduction. That is true. If I do drop impact, that is a good way to make up some AoE. That's a fair point. Yeah. A bit chunky. A bit chunky. I'd have to open up POB and take a look at it.
Can't do this just yet.
It's like, if I take those points, what's my area of effect right now on that POB? So it's like 2.5 meters. If I take that and the mastery, we gain 0.3 meters. So the way to look at it is impact is 0.4 meters. That's 0.3 meters. So taking those 4 points almost basically makes up for impact. Well, let me double check, because I don't know if I have it configured in my POB to have killed the enemies. 5% increased area effect up to 50% for enemy killed recently. So have I killed 10 enemies recently? Yeah, it's gonna be a little bit more. Let's see. So it's about half. So impact gives you 0.6 meters if you've killed 10 enemies recently, which obviously doesn't matter like on a boss, right? It'd be 0.4. So you 0.6 with 10 enemies killed, 0.4 with you know, just a boss. And that gives you like 0.3. So it kind of makes up for it, and it'd be almost the same when bossing. Basically the same while bossing. Yeah, that's why I was saying, like, my gut instinct was you give up impact.
I have. Do not dally.
Well, in my POB, we don't use hybrid gear, right? I'm just doing iron reflexes right now because I have 3 items that have armor evasion, so it just helps me scale some extra defense. In reality, we'd be using like Abyssus, which is an armor helm, and like Stampede. Stampede's the only item we're wearing that has like evasion in the actual POB. But it works in this setup where I'm only playing Cyclone because I don't have, you know, this isn't trade, I can't just get what I need. Like Ashenwood it is. Alright, I'll do unique bosses or possessed. The things I do for Atlas Complete. Alright.
It's my lucky day.
Yikes. Gonna be rough. Gonna be rough. They're gonna be super beefy. Like fucking tanky beefy. Maybe unkillable beefy. So much like, they have so much ward and HP. You run specific Atlas tree nodes for Cyclone? Just like two-hand and AoE stuff. How much block do you have on this character? On this character, I'm sitting at 62% attack and 17 spell. The moments.
I can't do this just yet.
Running in here is probably not the play, but we're gonna do it. Yeah, they're too tanky.
I had thought you a believer.
I don't have enough spell block because I don't have a roomies yet, or my annoyance. This is probably a death trap right now.
You have been judged and found wanting.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to make a filter sometime in the next week for the leveling process, just to make sure I can see weapons and stuff. Alright, let's do a T13. Not many T16s yet.
I do love the stink of victory.
Small cluster jaw.
What's up, Mondazu? Sorry for butchering your name. Welcome back. Yeah, it's we're working our way into red maps right now. Trying to get higher maps to drop so I can get the first 2 void zones. But yeah, things are coming together pretty good. Starting the character yesterday. It's actually been 26 hours since I made the character, so not too bad. I got it right on the final try. I'm a little tired. I've been streaming all day. I had some like major issues starting stream at the beginning of the day, and I had to spend 2 hours troubleshooting the stream. I had to completely swap to like different streaming software, and then I've been streaming for 7 hours now, so I'm a little burnt. Been pretty hard today. Let's see if this is another death trap. I just got off work, so I get it. Yeah. Yeah, long day. Did I eat yet? I had a snack. I had like a light dinner. I went out to breakfast with the family this morning and had a pretty big breakfast. I had like a giant omelet and some hash browns, so I was pretty full for most of the day, actually. Yeah, it was not a bad way to start the day for sure. Can I just hit Fortify on the chest? Like, please, game? Never lucky. Sure, I guess we'll do another Ashenwood map. Why not? Don't burn the luck on this run. Nah. I'm generally pretty lucky in PoE. Generally pretty lucky in PoE. You have to visualize success is really what it comes down to. It's all about visualizing success. It's like that with anything in life. Damn, just check the PUB, and Impact is still really tough to lose on the Cyclone Tumult gem it gives you. Yeah, I mean, Impact is like, Slayer's a pretty good package. Like, all the Ascendancies on Slayer are actually really good that we take. There isn't a whole lot of dead weight on Slayer, you know? So, it's definitely a tough decision to make. I heard buying MTXs helps too. Well, you know, if the devs happen to buff things based on, you know, money contributed to the game, I don't know what to say. That's, you know, I've never been told anything directly, so I'll phrase it like that. Be interested to see all the bloodline synergies too. Yeah, we just need like them to release all the info. Once we have all the info, we can make a pretty good informed decision about what might be good, what might not be good. But until I can actually try it in game, even then I don't like want to be like, oh, the way. I spent like a year and a half playing this build and fine-tuning it and getting great feedback from the community and everything, so I'm very hesitant to like change things until like they've been pretty thoroughly tested. But I definitely am always willing to test out new things. I just don't want to recommend things until I have. Shout out the whales that keep this game free for me. Yeah. Hey. The amount of money that I've put into PoE in the last 10 years is kind of ridiculous. Yeah. I am 100% a whale. And I have no shame in it whatsoever. I just want all the bloodline info. Like, I feel like even if they gave me all the bloodline info right now, it would still take me all week to try to figure out what I'd want to try and do. Are you buying a support? I'm gonna buy both support pack. I haven't bought them yet, but I buy. Let me explain how much of a whale I am in this game. If GGG releases a support pack, whether it's $90, whether it's $500, I own the support pack. Yeah, I own the support pack since I started playing. Yeah, let me show you guys something here. Let me show you something here. So, let me fix OBS so I can properly show you guys this. Okay, so you can see my browser right now. I'm gonna go ahead and go to the forums. I actually need to update this, so this is actually beneficial that I'm coming here. So like if we go to Duelist, I really need to update my build. So here's my build for Cyclone Shockwave Slayer, right? There's my account right there. And this is just what I can show on the account, okay? That's just what I can show on underneath my character name. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. I need to update this, by the way, for 3.27, so I'll do that like sometime over the next few days. Yeah, I buy all the supporter packs, all the supporter packs. What's with what icon? Talking about these icons? Each of these icons represent like a supporter pack. Yeah, this is me. Sanavi Arenal. Oh, no. Yeah, is that me, the person? No, that's AI art. Yeah. Yeah. But this is like where I post my written guide, basically. I need to update this for the new league. Oh, that's Zana. Yeah. So yeah, when I say I buy all the supporter packs, I buy all the supporter packs. Yeah, that's Sana. OG Sana.
This way, exile.
Yeah, I'm definitely definitely big fish in their pond. Just in terms of showering them with love, I guess. I don't regret it though. I'm the type of gamer where like I like collecting things, so I enjoy collecting all the cosmetics and things in this game. It's the same way in retail. Like in retail, my WoW account's almost 40,000 achievements. I have like a bunch of pets and mounts and toys from back 2006 or whatever. And one of the appeals for me playing retail WoW is to continue to like increase that collection. So that's just I like that aspect of having like a big collection of things I've built up over time. Yeah. Yeah, I suspect that the double strike will feel pretty good on a boss, like, you know, a single target. I don't think it's going to feel good for, like, mapping. So maybe one of those things where you change it out if you're going to go do, like, you know, some bossing or something like that. But I feel like if just for mapping, I'm almost certainly going to want ground slam. And you generally don't need that much damage when you're mapping anyways, so... Yeah, these guys are just ridiculous, so I'm gonna bounce from this, I think. Can we get lucky? Question. 6 fusings.
Yes.
Apparently you've been auto-modded. Yeah.
Remember, we do this.
Buddy of mine that I work with got me into PoE and Toda and honestly wish I'd played it sooner. Yeah. Since we're using Pride, shouldn't we get the Watcher's Eye that makes Impales last an additional 2 hits, or not worth? We do. If you look at the Giga in-game version of my build, Lanely, we take that Watcher's Eye. Pride.
I can't do this.
Just need some T16s to drop game. That would be splendid.
Cha-ching. Cha-ching. What's a plan? Cha-ching. Cha-ching. Hi, Tino. Orb of scouring.
Howdy, planning to start League, Slayer, Cyclone, General Cry. What's the difference between the General Cry slams? Because I see different ones. So I recommend Sunder early on, but I think the ground slam of, was it Earthshaking? The alt one has just better AoE coverage. So when you're mapping, it just, your bros just cover more stuff, hit more stuff. That's the one I recommend. A lot of people want to recommend Tectonic Cataclysm, but like we're not, I'm pretty sure that scales LE damage and we're not scaling any LE damage, so when I sim it in POB, typically Ground Slam and Sunder do more damage, even with consuming the endurance charges. Whirl Bubble.
This piece of shit. That's a flask. Hi, Timo.
There we go. Terrible T16, but we'll take it, I guess. The boss is super sketch. Yeah, Ground Slam of Earthshaking is pretty OP, but I recommend it in 3.26. Immune to fire damage, that doesn't matter. I was farming T17s, I think, the first week on live stream. I have streams from 3.26. I was doing T17s like the first week. So, yeah, if you go pretty hard, I have one viewer who completed all 36 challenges and had farmed all content within 5 days using build. So he went like super hard. Super duper hard. Yeah, when he told me that, that was my exact thought. I was like, respect, because that's insane. That's some serious gaming. Does he stream? That's wild. He should. That's pretty crazy. I mean, I think I'm pretty decent at the game, and it still took me a week to get to T17. Alright, I think I'm just gonna run this like uncorrupted. I guess I could corrupt it, but watch it turn into something ridiculous. I just need to complete this to get a boss witness. I'm gonna YOLO it. Okay. Could be worse. That's fine. I'm actually gonna do Exarch first. I'm gonna die to ball phase 100%, but he's probably a little bit easier.
Chaos card. Divination card. Hi, Timo.
That's why. Well, I got my league started then. Hey, there you go, Star. Yeah, it's not bad. You can see, like, I just made this character yesterday in this private league SSF test. It's my second one in 2 weeks. And yeah, it's day 2 and I'm already, you know, plowing through the Atlas. Okay, we don't want immune to physical damage. Cannot be critical strike, sucks. All of this shit sucks, dude. Guess we go this way. And hopefully don't die. Torn between this or Kinetic Ring because that skill looks insane. I just like the idea of doing Cyclone again. Yeah, Kinetic Ring looks like it's gonna be pretty OP. Looks like it's gonna be a lot of fun actually. Is Stampede really worth it in Giga in-game? You lose a lot of movement speed. I don't mind it. So Cyclone of Tumult's going to do better AoE and damage than regular Cyclone. You have to decide, do you want to lose the AoE and do you want to lose the damage? It's up to you for the speed. I don't mind the speed. I might play around with not using Cyclone of Tumult and using regular Cyclone if I can scale all the damage high enough, but just understand you're doing less damage and less AoE with regular Cyclone. But for some people, they want to like fly through the map, which is fine. I don't mind the speed of Tumult, so. There's nothing wrong with using regular Cyclone and using like Tailwind Boots. That's what you want to do. Yeah, basically, your movement speed's gonna basically be like set once you use Stampede, and you have to decide once you use that, like, am I happy with this movement speed or not? There's nothing wrong with like not using Stampede in the late end game and doing like a regular Cyclone Tailwind Boot thing. You're just, when it comes to bossing, you're gonna do less damage and have less AoE. It just depends on, you know, what you want. Like, when it comes to T17 farming, you're just going to have less damage and less AoE, if that's what you're aiming for. But at that point, your damage should be high enough that it doesn't really matter. It might matter when you get to the T17 boss. Like, during the trash in the map, it may not matter. But it will probably matter when you get to the boss, because, like, you're losing, like, 15+ million damage. Not using Cyclone of Tumult, usually, if not more. You think it's possible to drop any of the Slayer Ascendancy for one of the new? It depends. I think that we definitely have 2 points we could give up, depending on what you want to do with your Slayer. Like, if you want to do like mapping, and maybe you do go Cyclone and you go like Tailwind Boots and, you know, Mage Blood with the Quicksilver, and you really scale up your movement speed and you're just a mapper, then I could say give up Headsman and do that. But if you want to do like, say, T17s and, you know, bosses and stuff, I'd probably keep Headsman and give up Impact. But I do think we have 2 points that we can lose, essentially. The question is, like, what is all the Ascendancy info and what looks like the best to try out? And then we gotta test it out and see what feels the best, you know? The problem is Slayer has like almost a perfect kit for Cyclone, so it's hard to be like, oh yeah, lose this or do this.
I can't do this just yet.
Alright, this guy is kind of dangerous because he does like a discharge ability that pretty much will fucking wreck you. Trying to see where he is. He does that discharge ability, it's basically...
Just to use this piece of shit.
Right, we got our invitation.
I'm traveling light.
Just to use this piece of shit.
I don't know if the Oshabi Rage node is going to be any good. Like, I'm not sure how that's actually going to work tech-wise. Alright. Let's go die to Exarch. How does that sound, everybody? Go do this. I only got a 5 link, but it should be fine. We have a pretty decent weapon. We'll see how this goes. I'm gonna die to ball phase 100%. Fucking suck at this boss.
Your absurd defiance ends here, hatchling. Annihilation.
There's no way I live through ball phase. I'm so gonna die. So gonna die to ball phase.
Incineration. Disintegration. Cleansing.
Cleansing. Cleansing.
Annihilation. Incineration.
Incineration.
The fires of 1,000.
Alright, here's where we die. Yeah, I might... it's our links. I need like I'm gonna kill him. I'm a little more worried about doing Eater. because Eater has like the drowning orbs and stuff. So I think I'm gonna have to get at least a 5-link Cyclone before we do Eater.
Incineration.
It always does this shit right when I initially jump back in.
Disintegration. Cleansing.
Spicy. There ain't a chance that I live because I suck at this boss.
Is that all you have, hatchling?
Terrible. Yeah, I might have to spec a little bit out of defense on the tree and pick up some more offense nodes.
Disintegration. Cleansing. Annihilation.
Yeah, he does have a lot of shit on the ground right now.
The fires of 1,000 suns.
Yeah, I'm just like chaining ball faces right now, which is a little unfortunate. I'm just like not a good mechanically. I'm not a good mechanical player at this game. So like this fight in particular, I'm just never like, nah, it's no way. I can do something like Eater. Eater to me is a little bit more forgiving, but like this is like with the balls and shit. Nah, bro.
Disintegration. Cleansing. Annihilation.
Should be close to Cole anyways though, so not too worried about it. That's how you fight? I'm just not like a good mechanical player, so it's like something like ball phase, nah. That's just not gonna happen. They run 20 meters away. Rip. Dawn Strider. We'll save this for town because this will be good disenchant stuff. Corrupted Maze. Or touched? Whew. You're much worse? I don't know about that. Waste pool. This might be okay. Yeah, I think I need to get a 5-link before I attempt to do like 5-link Cyclone. Should smooth it out a bit for Eater. And I can probably give up some defensive nodes on the tree and go into a bit more offense. At least for mapping, I feel like rare boots are the play instead of Stampede once you have Mage level, because class you get about 93 mint. Yeah, like I said, it's for mapping it's probably fine. I feel like you're probably gonna be putting yourself at a disadvantage if you're doing like T16s, like damage doesn't even matter at that point, right? We're talking about like T17s. Just keep in mind, like, you lose a significant amount of damage for bossing when you get to the end of a T17 by not going Cyclone of Tumult. But, you know. That being said, you know, there is the 20% more damage to all the gems now, so regular Cyclone is just going to feel even better. So. I have it in my POV, but you can get like Impale rolls on a staff and not have to actually run the Impale support gem, which is pretty nice. Or free up points on the tree, one of the two. Speaking of freeing up points on the tree, talk to Fossis real quick. I think I'm going to drop this and probably pick up this extra crit here. Wonder how the Breach 2.0 mechanic will feel on maps like Sewers. Hope we're not running Dunes 24/7. Yeah, I mean, Dunes feels like a pretty good layout, right? For something like Breach. Wouldn't be surprised. That's what things shape up to be, unfortunately. Yeah, I think I'm okay with not having this. I feel like I want some Impale damage here.
Hail Godslayer.
One Void Stone down.
It's fucking awful. Cha-ching, cha-ching. Lots of fans. Cha-ching.
It's like decreased. It's not like normal. You can't really like just run a bunch of increased movement speed to negate it. I mean, you can. You have to like run a ton, like an unethical amount. Like Mage Blood with Quicksilver and all that doesn't even have like a noticeable impact if you take the Stampede boost off. Someone in chat said earlier they were able to outscale it, but I'm not sure what they did.
Or the balcony. Use this piece of shit.
Hello again, local.
Cha-ching. Cha-ching.
Got life regen though.
Cha-ching. 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 Cha-ching.
Yes.
Cha-ching. Cha-ching.
Thank you for the sub, Mandazu. Butchering your name again, but thank you. That's crazy, man. Mondazu. So brain dead tired right now. I've been spinning and winning for about 8 hours straight. Mondazu. I'd be a terrible teacher. I'd be like reading out roll call, just messing up everyone's names. I had to double check. Mage Blood with max Quicksilver, increased movement speed, onslaught flask, and 35% boots. So I guess, yeah, there you go. At that point, you could drop it. Not the first pronounced it that way. Ah, I gotcha. Alright.
It's going.
Worthy opponents.
Cha-ching.
Charting at first zooming when you're not spinning into Cyclone. Yeah.
Cha-ching. Hi, Tina. Cha-ching.
I can't do this just yet.
Cha-ching.
It's my lucky day. Racing! Not a chance.
John Carter's prison. John Carter's prison. Cha-ching. 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 John Carter's prison. John Carter's prison. Cha-ching.
What the hell is that filter? Yeah, it's my custom filter. It's great, right? You love it? Pretty good.
Hi, Tina.
This will suck. Actually do the invasion first.
Test begins.
Divination card.
Held attention. Worthy. Go get more.
You killed me. Now I'll kill you.
Make this one last.
Strength in numbers is still strength.
No. Don't want to die.
Ooh,
Again.
a spell block. What time zone are you on? I'm on Pacific. It's like 8, almost 9 o'clock right now. Getting pretty tired, so I think I'm gonna be wrapping it up here soon. We made a lot of progress today. We got one of our void stones. Probably get the second one. Unlocked our tree so we can do some blight farming tomorrow. That's really what I want to do tomorrow, is do some blight farming because a lot of currency. Could also go look at what Tujin will give us. Definitely feeling that lack of spell block right now.
Approach, challenger.
Cha-ching.
Can't do this with skill.
Cha-ching.
Good night, Ace. Thanks for stopping by.
Cha-ching, cha-ching.
Yeah, if they, I might post a quick video on some thoughts about like maybe potential ideas I might try out during League launch. If they release like all the bloodline info and stuff, but I think as it stands right now, my build guide is set for a recommendation from me on what to do. Outside of like speculating about things I might try.
Hate myself.
Cha-ching.
There's only
Did you say you are brutal?
Not as dumb as you seem.
Good night, Andromeda. Unless you're saying goodnight to Ace.
Every time you kill me, I just come back stronger. I'm afraid the
It lies too rough.
We have come to an accord.
hail.
Cha-ching. Cha-ching. Orbit fusing. Cha-ching. Chaos Blade. Cha-ching. Chaos Blade. Sync Sovereign. Cha-ching. 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 Cha-ching.
What value can you get early game from Betrayal now that you don't need the bench crafts? I actually like the mechanic. Apparently it was a good moneymaker. Just rushing safe houses and selling Katarina. So, a good way to make money. Although, I've been told it's been nerfed because of and stack decks. I normally don't play Betrayal for making money at the beginning of a league. I think for me the benefit was getting the bench crafts, and now that that's gone, I don't know. I think I'm going to be doing Blight Ritual on league launch myself. This guy is rough because he's possessed too. He's possessed and he's chaos damage, so this will suck. I don't know if I can do him possessed. We'll see. Yeah, the XP wasn't bad with safe houses, but it was definitely like just getting bench crafts. I would put it on my starter Atlas tree.
Cha-ching.
I cheese it with the Settler's mechanic. That's called clever use of game mechanics right there. Using the Settler's mechanic to kill the boss. Possessed. Gamer skills. Yeah, what is this skin? This is the Apollyon skin with the Sharknado Cyclone effect. Pretty dope, right? Alright, let's see what we got for maps here. Land. No more Val orbs. Actually, hold on. Been doing some expedition. Let's see what Tujin has. Want fusings or jeweler orbs most.
can't go that low. I don't think so. Fair enough. You're being an arse. Cornered, I am. Fine, I'll take it. Got some more? Yeah. Try again, friend. I'll take it. Shiny coins, aren't they? A man's got to make a living. You call me on a good day. Try again, friend. I'm not yet. That's a yes from me. Are you having a go at? I don't think so. Fair enough. Little bit on the low. Seems reasonable. Got some more? Yeah.
Not gonna offer me.
You're pushing a bit far, friend. Okay. I don't think so. Okay. I can't go that low. Okay. You're pushing a bit far. Little bit on pleasure doing business with you. I can't go that low. I shouldn't, but fine. Got some more? Yeah. Fine.
A regal. 10 regals.
Be
Holy
reasonable.
moly.
Suppose I'm feeling generous.
10 regal.
It's worth far more than I'm happy about.
Take those. This is fine for now. Can I do anything with Rog? Item levels will be low, huh? Better re-roll them. The Dex Int Neck.
You want the premium deals, I see.
Kinda like the life and intelligence on this helm. Those gloves are pretty good.
It's your lucky day, Exile. Allow me to take my ruined hammer to this thing's tail end.
I don't even think I re-roll these.
Worse, right?
These just better than what I'm using. I think these are just better.
No need to wrap that up for you, I assume.
Yeah, this is just a straight upgrade. It's actually kind of crazy. I do need to get a blue and green on this for Cyclone. Shouldn't be too hard to do. Space. Yeah. 6 linking it, or 4 linking it with my luck today might be impossible. There we go. That's just a flat upgrade. Oh yeah, we're sitting at passive 73% now. That was like percent PR right there. Thank you, Rog.
Hail. You want the premium deals, I see.
Would be nice if the dude offered me a staff, some below crafting. Plus level to all skills. Whoa, 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 whoa. Hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. I kind of like 2 of those prefixes. The mana one sucks. All right, hold on here.
Feeling that if I hammer on this
Skip
one
that.
of my local contact, a small extra room could have a beneficial effect here. Allow me to take my ruined hammer to this thing's tail end. It's your lucky day, Exile. You'll put it to earnest use.
That's interesting. We could do something with that later.
I've always got more.
Might be able to do something with that neck.
A small etched rune could have a benefit. Never put a drop of black chimeral blood. I've got some exotic oils. Allow me to take my runed hammer to this thing's tail end. Can't get any worse. I recently received a full ship. Allow me to take my runed. A few small runes in the right places could do wonders. A small etched rune could have a beneficial effect here.
Life on it's like awful.
You want the premium deals, I see.
My man offered me a staff. Alright, let's see what happens here.
And if I hammer on this thing's front end, I've an entire vial of black chimeral blood in stock today. Could turn out very... A small etched rune could have a beneficial...
Perfect.
I've a feeling that if I hammer on this thing, allow me to take my runed hammer to this thing's tail end. This will be quite messy. Hope this
Perfect.
Allow me to take my runed hammer. I've a feeling that if I hammer on... Let's try to add more sockets to this, perhaps? No need to wrap that up for you, I assume. I've always got more.
Warlord influence on gloves gives a lot of AoE. Yeah. Alright, Rog. Appreciate it. Give me decent gloves. Alright, last up, Gwennon.
Gambling.
Gamble for items.
Here's another packful.
What are the chances we get? Crazy here.
Maybe I'll just shuffle these around and tell you they're different.
Isn't my staff? Aw, it's not good.
Looking for something in particular?
Oh, on. With life, fire, lightning. That's ring. Decent amount of life. We need like dex on this. No, we're so far over cap dex, we can just lose that. What puts us at 1% chaos resist? I guess there's something there, huh?
Hail.
Open prefix. Could go totally mana free on our Cyclone. Be pretty good. Mana free would be pretty nice. However, I feel like I just need raw damage right now. I gotta just do this for now. Shit rolling on there anyways. What do memory strands do? They make it so that when you're crafting gear, you can get like better rolls on the items.
Hail.
Here's another packful.
I'm like trying to target a headhunter, a mage blood, or an Abyssus helm.
Maybe I'll just shuffle these around and tell you they're different.
Or a decent belt. 20 chaos resistance. Not. Yeah, we're going pretty hard today, Paul. 20 chaos resistance is kind of nice. I actually really like this belt. Bunch of fire resistance. I have to figure that out, but that's 20 chaos resistance. Pretty good. More HP. Oh, dude. Wait. We already under... We had that much fire resistance on the belt. That's crazy. Like, actually. Oh, we had that much. I need like a... This would break it because I need intelligence, huh? I need like fire resistance on a ring. I need rings really bad right now.
Need something? I've got a few more.
Is fire and cold. Go to craft something.
What else do I have? Now that's a decent payoff.
We got an influence belt. We'll hold on to that.
How about these?
Oh, we're getting 4 now. Got a single Ezomite helm. Got a YOLO and Abyssus. That's Kind of sad.
Looking for something in particular?
Can I YOLO something good on a ring is the question. 34 chaos resist. My gosh. It's actually kind of a crazy ring, but not crazy enough. Probably should be looking at the fire as a base. This is something. 40 intelligence, 26 lightning, some fire. That put me at. Still a little low on fire resistance. Could craft fire and cold on it though, or do I not have an open suffix yet? You know what? I'm not even thinking. I have harvest, birds. I can convert some lightning and fire on the chest. I have gems in. Lightning into fire. That kind of balances out our resistance a little bit. So we went from being like negative 30 chaos resistance to having plus 20. So that's like a win. And we stacked some more HP. Still slightly under LE cap, but it's not terrible. That armor roll is pretty trash though. I like the chaos resistance. Oh. What are the odds? I don't have enough YOLO to even attempt. Still kind of need a better pair of boots.
Could do worse, Exile.
Okay, so 100 life is kind of crazy. Get some cold. It's chaos though. I guess we could craft on chaos and something. Probably fire resist. Lose a little bit of ground on the chaos resist. Get so much life on these boots. I don't have fire and chaos resist yet. We basically lose we lose the ground we made up on chaos resist. I could put fire resistance on these. I have a lot more life. Where do I get the... I just got a Blood Rage gem from the 20% quality div card. Hey, congrats. Where do I get like the Chaos, Elemental and Chaos Resistance Conservatory? I think we run that. And then I get a little, I can run like Fire and Chaos on this, which will balance me out a little bit. It's so much life to pass on. These here for now. I am running into an issue now where I don't have the mana I'd like to have. Do I have to re-level? I have to like re-level precision again. Funny. It is what it is. Now the real question is, do I drop some life points now? Scales even more damage. Did I totally miss getting the enchant, the recipe? I guess I did. $4,700 life feels pretty good. I need so many fusings right now. If I can 5-link my chest, we'd be in a pretty good spot. Where's this recipe? How did I miss it? Oh, it's over here. Crazy, I missed that. Alright, so now we can put Fire and Chaos on the base. Terrible. Yeah. Alright. That's looking decent-ish. Much better than it's been looking. I think I put mana on the ring for right now. That will help out with precision. Might actually be able to put my old precision back on now. P1, nah, it's too high. Okay, back to maps. I kind of want to start getting into Blight. I need some currency, so got 77 points here. Let me set up my Blight tree. gonna block Abyss for right now. Reach. This will be the basis of starting our blight tree. So we should be getting some pretty reliable blights. I think precision arrogance. I need to do that most of last league. That's a good call. I didn't even think about linking it to arrogance. I'd have to figure something out with my sockets. I'm a bit socket starved right now. I need like one extra socket, I think, to be able to do that. But I might, yeah, that sounds like a good idea later. I have some Vow Orbs, so we can some more completion. I should be getting some blights now. Need to start getting oils, and doing some like blight maps would be a vibe. Get some passive currency. I'd have to work too hard for it. Yeah, I started the day out with like negative 50 or something chaos resistance, and we're almost up to 20%. So I need to get some more work in, but life and armor and resistances feel like they're in a really good place right now. We just gotta try to scale damage. Yeah, he just rolled with Frostwink. I kinda really like Leap Slam, but the truth is, running like non-Cyclone of Tumult, even with Cyclone of Tumult, you want to use like Frostwing because it doesn't break your stacks. But I feel like our movement speed with Devotos right now is so good, I really don't need a Leap Slam. I could probably drop it on this specific character. Set up. I do enjoy Leap Slam, especially like, I don't know, having two ability options does feel nice. I love Blight. Such a vibe. 70 mana.
A very valuable item.
Hey, blighted map, let's go. Yeah, I think we're gonna get into blight mode. Once I can 5-link a chest, I think I'll take a stab at Eater, get my second Void Stone. So that'll probably be either tonight if I'm willing to stay up, or early tomorrow when I start streaming. Then we're gonna be farming blight for a while. Living the blight gene.
You die rather well.
Probably go one more stack of precision. Remember when I couldn't run Blight because my PC was ass? Yikes. Blight gets pretty weird. Like when you're in Blight maps or Blight Ravage maps, it gets oddly intensive. I guess there is a lot of stuff going on that it has to calculate.
It's just a useless piece of shit.
I can't do this just yet.
And I think I'll start putting points into ritual. I wouldn't mind doing some rituals while I'm mapping. Yo, currency, alright. Kinda feel like I gotta take the regals. They're so rare. Then I'm gonna go with the Aux. Gotten so many regals in like the last 30 minutes. Good. Direct reset, nice. I bought an iceberg from him. That snack I had earlier, I should have had like actual dinner, so I'm pretty hungry right now. Kind of funny.
field of scouring. Hi, Tina. They want to score. Cha-ching. Hi, Tina.
Holy man, still going. Yep. Long stream today. How much longer I'm gonna go, I don't know, but I am starting to feel pretty tired. Did quite a bit of grinding today. Mostly I know when I grab another bite to eat, I'm gonna get like really sleepy and that's gonna be the end of the evening. So, it's how long do I want to wait till I grab something to eat? Bro, this Soul Eater monster is fucking ridiculous. Come on, game. I'm just like doing the map boss with this giant ass Soul Eater dude comping at me. Like, come on, bro. Gonna sleep on and try to sword in the AM. Good night, Supreme. Yeah, that's SSF life. You know, you hit like a wall with something and sometimes you just have to grind it out to be able to get past it. Have a good night. I'll be streaming tomorrow. Yeah, I might just go to bed after this map. I am like pretty tired. In a long gaming session. Came quite a long way today. go grab this other ritual that I missed. It's all the way back down this way. Oh, it's right over here. Seeing all that junk on the screen would drive me nuts. Yeah, I need to up my... That's fair. I should up my loot filter at a point. We're at a point now where very strict is probably the way to go. Maybe even level 5. Jeffrey's Crest. Do we go play Holy Relic now? Is that what we're doing? Holy Relic gameplay?
Freedom comes to those for freedom.
Alright, game. Will you give me my chest before I log tonight? That's the question. Give me a 5-link chest. There it is. We did it. We 5-linked the chest. Oh my gosh. I've been working on this for hours. But we got it. 2 5-links accomplished. Alright, so let's think about this. I think we actually have everything I want here. We have Cyclone infused, Shockwave. I'll keep 4 to 5 for now. And we could go with probably Pulverized for the AoE. Yeah, this is pretty huge. I've been working on this for hours and it finally came together. Pretty excited. Thank you, everybody. Might just have to do one more map now that I got it just to feel it out, but it's not a bad way to end the night. I'm tired. Did I just sell all my aura gems? I probably just sold all my aura gems. Or did I stick them in here? Okay, no, I stuck them in here. Whew. I'm tired. Alright. So I think we pick up a Pulverize for the AoE. That's pretty huge. Put our Frostblink in here and our Desecrate in here. We're missing War Banner and something else. Pride? There's our War Banner. There's our Pride. Here's our pride. Okay. Easy money. Let's do a map and see how this feels. The wasteland. Oh, they gave me a lighthouse. We'll do this. It's fine. Yeah, I want to do Exarch influence for currency. Alright, so now I just gotta work on 6 links over the next few days. Easy, right? Easy. Work on 6 links. Probably should have just done Eater. I need Eater to witness a T16, right? So maybe I'll just try to do Eater right now. Gonna be a terrible way to end the evening, I guess. Does feel good having Leap Slam. This is kind of a cluster. See how this goes. I really need like the oils. Could be rough. I don't know if I can do this. Yeah, there's too many mobs. Rip. Maybe when we have the oils. I'm just trying to be tanky right now, AV. So, trying to put more points into damage on the tree and life, specifically life nodes. And fortify, you know, still gives me some damage on the gym with the fortification. So when I play SSF, I deviate from my POB a bit. It just depends on how my character feels and what I need. You know, on trade, I kind of stick closer to my POB because I can just grab whatever I need from the economy. I don't have to pull this drop. You know, I can just buy a bunch of Eldritch currency and get Fortify on the chest. I don't have to, like, farm it, you know? That kind of stuff. I'm getting some of the downside of the Eldritch altars right now. This guy hurts. That's why I dropped the portal.
I had thought you a believer.
If I have a T16, I'll do an Eater real quick. Influence. Ooh, charge on me. And we'll go try Eater and see how that goes.
I have overestimated.
Cha-ching.
Might just take that for now. Damage.
Need to be a little more depth
funny.
into this.
80 dex. Oh, that's too funny. I can't equip it because I don't have the dex. That's hilarious. Alright, hold on.
What have you got for me? Nothing is truly set in stone. Oh, let's fix what's broken.
Do I have a T16? Don't. Try to run Wasteland and hope that a T16 drops. Giant Soul Eater mob. Yeah, we ain't gonna get that guy.
I refuse. Start deck. Divide the haze bubble. Illumination card. You should probably pick that up. You should probably pick that up. You should probably pick that up. Oh, shiny. Cha-ching. Orbit red. Chaos board. A very valuable item.
Yeah, you definitely noticed that 5th gem on Cyclone. It's pretty crazy. The comfy level has really gone up, especially in these higher red maps, these T15 things. Of course, probably shouldn't still stand in slams. Slams still hurt. Alright. I haven't gotten a... Hoping one would drop in here. Maybe from boss. There it is. Boss should be. Try not to stand in slams this time. Preferable. Minotaur, we could go do Minotaur, I guess. Oh, I did the same fucking time. I guess I have to
What have you got for me? Let's see what we can do.
go do this Maze of Minotaur. Well, no. Can't be witnessed, right? Yeah, it can. That should give us our stone from killing boss. Right? Yeah.
One of my captors felt no emotion. He did not hesitate to
Does this not count? I guess this doesn't count, and I'm gonna have to run another one. Oh well. It is what it is. Nope, it counts. Okay, I just need the mobs to spawn. I'm gonna say that would have been stupid. This might be rough. How do I not get another pump on the other side? That's crazy talk. Lightning. We shouldn't. Lightning.
Divine vessel. Start. You should probably pick that up. You should probably pick that up. You should probably pick that up.
I don't want to give Minotaur a bunch of yes. Is it possible to add freeze in with Cyclone Shockwave? I want my WW Ice Blink Lance Barb back. I mean, anything's possible. Not on this build, though. Just want to be sure you last Arc Ignite guide didn't change your right. Want to play again? I'm probably going to revise my last Arc. The issue I've been having with my Arc Ignite is making it, like, tanky and scaling the damage. I feel like it's too weak offensively and defensively. So it's something I want to take a look at again. I really like the concept, but I feel like it's just not hitting the offense and defense I'd like it to have. And I'm not sure what I need to do to fix that, but it needs some work.
It seems I have over.
This is the key to a crucible that stretches the sanity of the mind.
Alright. Let's go die to Eater.
This is it.
Hail God Slayer.
Actually, not opposed to that. Alright, this will be rough. Let's go do it.
God Slayer.
Ah, boy there! You don't know what you don't know now, do you?
Riding mass.
Yeah, it was definitely good that I waited for the 5 link. Damage definitely feels, it already, like, the damage already feels much better than what I had on fucking Exarch, for real. Much better damage than I had on Exarch.
Riding mass.
Johnny North. Bro.
Riding mass. Perish. Inescapable doom.
Energize the spheres.
Would I die here? Die here? Possibly.
Riding mass. Succumb. Riding mass. Perish.
Be right within coal range.
Riding mass. Escape from pain.
We did it, guys. 2 void stones. Thanks, King, for the follow. Appreciate it. And not a bad way to end the night. Got our 5 link, got our second void stone. Pretty.
You've given the
And I can start setting up town tomorrow too. I want to get King's March up and running. Good way to start the day tomorrow. Blight farming and running King's. At least getting King's March set up. Looking forward to League starting your build next week. Appreciate your work. Hey, appreciate you stopping by. Alright guys, so pretty good day. We got into T16s. We got our first 2 Void Stones. Yeah, I mean, we're like basically still under 30 hours having started this character, so not too bad. Tomorrow the plan is to finish up a lot of Atlas progression. I want to do a bunch of Blight farms, so run Blighted maps, maybe run some Blight Ravage maps if they drop, get my oils, so I can get my Anoints going. Yeah, and then just basically work on trying to get a 6 link. I'm going to end up speccing into some Ritual as I do more Atlas progression, and the plan will be to hopefully farm like an Omens of Connections. Maybe I'll get lucky. Maybe the luck will continue and I'll get like an Omen of Connections and get like an easy 6 link. Probably 6-link the weapon for the chest. I might 6-link the chest first. Just because... Well, I'll probably make a better chest. I like the life roll on this chest, but we can craft a better armor chest, and then... like, if I can make a better weapon over the next couple days, that would be ideal. We do have some harvest juice. We could roll some harvest juice real quick on a base. Like, you know, whatever. I have a decent Azimite base. I don't. Okay, well, I'll have to get one. But yeah, thanks everybody for tuning in. It was a pretty long stream today, but I had a lot of fun. Little technical difficulties at the beginning, but I got it figured out. So have a good night or evening, depending where you are in the world. See you later.